Chapter 1174. The heavenly king of the right felt like he had been scolded to the point where he wanted to crawl into a hole. After a long while, he heard that his father was no longer angry. He said carefully, "Father, you can't blame me for this. You know that I have no respect in front of uncles Wa and aunties Wa. I thought that you are a person of virtue and prestige. Uncles Wa and aunties Wa have always respected you. So The emperor said angrily, "My prestige is my business, that's my virtue and virtue. Is it for you to clean up your mess?" However, his voice was still much gentler. The emperor was still very proud. After all, he was the only person who had the most respect in front of Zhuo Changchang. No one could compare to him in this aspect. Yu Dongtian heard that there was hope and hurriedly said, "So this matter still depends on you." "I don't care." The emperor said, "I order you immediately deal with this matter for me. Firstly, the marriage cannot be ruined. Secondly, your uncles Wa and aunties Wa have to calm down. Thirdly, you have to think of a way yourself. If you can't do it, don't call me father anymore. I will call you father. You are my living father." Smack. The call was cut off. There was only one word to describe Yu Dongtian's face now, as if he had lost his parents. His entire being had sunk into a daze, and his bearing had changed. Ahem, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter caused by the younger generation. Heavenly King of the Right, you don't have to take it to heart. When the time comes, I will go with you to settle it. Dongfang Xingyang volunteered. "I will go too. In front of the minister, I still have some respect. I will definitely help you." Nan Jingqian did not want to be left behind. Yu Dongtian snorted as he looked at the two fellows who were gloating over his misfortune and wanted to kick him when he was down. "How many years have I been? How can I not know what you two are trying to do? Help. Isn't it more of a hindrance? If I believe you two, I might as well kill myself with a piece of tofu. You two just want to watch the show and hit me when I'm down. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble the two of you." Yu Dongtian put on a stern face and said, "Dongfang, your army's defense is lax, and their morale is low. As the commander, you cannot absolve yourself from the blame. Hurry up and organize the defense. If there are any mistakes, I will report them to the minister." Nan Jingqian. Your southern army was riddled with holes in the last battle, and you still have the nerve to grin happily. Hurry up and go back to tidy up. Then, he stretched out his hand. You've lost the bet, so why aren't you giving it to me? Dongfang Xingyang's jaw almost dropped. How could you still remember this at a time like this? As expected of the heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian collected his winnings and flew away. He was in a hurry and sighed all the way. Dongfang Xingyang and Nan Jingqian looked at each other. "I'm going back to organize the defense." Dongfang Xingyang shook his head. "I'm going back too." Sigh. It's hard work. Nan Jingqian also left. Half an hour later. On the way back to Shangjing. Both of them felt that there was a fluctuation in the space. So, they took a look. Nan Jingqian smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Dongfang Xingyang was embarrassed. Together. Okay. Together. Whoosh. Yu Dongtian's cultivation was at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, and he could be called an outstanding talent of the Heavenly King realm. His speed was extremely fast, and he tore through space to rush back. However, on the way back to the Yu family, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could the Yu family have such a group of disappointing descendants? They despised the poor and loved the rich. This was still Udongtian's consideration of their duty. Otherwise, with his current mood, this group of guards would have been dead long ago. After turning the corner, a group of ancestors was already kneeling respectfully in front of the main entrance of the hall. "Welcome, Grand Ancestor." Udongtian raised his hand and slapped, directly sending the old man at the front spinning 17 times. He said angrily, "I am not your ancestor. You are my ancestor, living ancestor." Looking at the ancestor who was playing the role of a spinning top in mid-air, the Yu family members trembled like cicadas in winter. "Get in here." Udongtian waved his sleeves and strode into the main hall. After a while, the hall was filled with crackling sounds. "All of you, get lost to the front line. All of you are idle at home. Idle until you are an ancestor. Idle until you are a vulgar person. Why do you think the Yu family has the glory in front of you? Did you guys use politics, diplomacy, and those underhanded methods to trade for it? Is it because of your marriage alliance? I have been fighting for 10,000 years, and you have been enjoying the good fortune in the rear. Lying down to win a life of victory. From today onwards, all the descendants of the Yu family must rely on their own abilities. Whether it is business, politics, or the army, everyone must rely on their own abilities to make a living. If anyone dares to rashly interfere with the family's relations, they will be expelled from the family immediately. From today onwards, the Yu family will be sealed and retired. We will no longer participate in the so-called ranking of the great families in Shangjing, and we will not participate in all the actions of dividing the cake in Shangjing. From today onwards, all the descendants of the Yu family who have reached the nascent soul stage and above must go to the front line to gain experience and fight for no less than 3 years. Regardless of gender. Living is luck. Your future is fought for by yourself. It is your personal glory. If you die, it is your fate. You will be buried in the ancestral grave. You are worthy of being a descendant of the Yu family. From today onwards, the Yu family will no longer be involved in the political affairs of the astral souls. The door will be sealed and the entire family will go into seclusion. If I hear that the Yu clan is causing trouble outside, causing trouble, oppressing men, oppressing women, and invading other people. Before I come back to deal with it personally, if it hasn't been dealt with properly, I will kill all the people in charge of it. Look at the Wang family, and then look at you. Ask yourselves honestly, what difference is there between the Wang clan and the Wang clan with all the trouble you've caused? You are all proud to have a heavenly king in your family. Why? Do you all think that you are a heavenly king? Udongtian's roar was not concealed at all. It almost shook half of Shangjing. It was as deafening as thunder. Kneel. All of you kneel. Kneel in front of the ancestral tablets and reflect on yourselves. Udongtian suddenly became irritated. Bah, just kneel here. I am not dead yet. What ancestral tablets do you all have? He said angrily, I have not been scolded by the emperor for more than 10,000 years. You unfilial descendants. You are my ancestors. A bunch of disgraces. If I had known that I would raise a bunch of you like this, I would have. Before his voice died away, Udongtian had already left and disappeared without a trace. This matter was purely to teach his own family a lesson. It was not over yet. In fact, this was only the beginning and the easiest part to solve. On the other hand, the Zhuo family's banquet was still going on. After the wandering hero left, the atmosphere suddenly changed and became more lively. Zhuo Chonglu's eloquence was excellent. He controlled the situation from the beginning to the end. He did not speak too fast, but he did not speak too slowly. From beginning to end, the meal revealed a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Continuous laughter was a common occurrence, and from time to time, the entire hall would roar with laughter. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Wu Yuting dissolved 2 elixirs in the wine for Mu Tsongjun and his wife. She urged them to drink and let them consume the elixirs. They naturally digested the elixirs. Everything was done quietly. Sui Changlu was talking to Mu Tsongjun about how it felt to be a father. The 2 of them laughed heartily from time to time, and sometimes sighed together. No matter if it was a divine transcendence expert or an ordinary citizen, they all felt the same when it came to becoming a father. Occasionally, they would tell Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong that the martial world was dangerous. They had to be careful and not think too highly of themselves. As they drank one cup after another, time passed unknowingly. However, the atmosphere was too joyous and harmonious. Everyone was reluctant to let this meal end too quickly. Only Bai Yunduo understood this in her heart. Master and mistress were waiting for someone. They wanted to prolong the banquet. If there was anyone in the Yu family who was not stupid, Yu Dongtian would definitely come tonight. After tonight, things would get out of hand. At this moment, dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. The sound was rhythmic, neither fast nor slow. I'll go open the door. Bai Yunduo stood up immediately. Zui Changlu and Wu Yuting rolled their eyes secretly. Go ahead. If you want to inform us in advance, you'll be disappointed to death. Bai Yunduo opened the door. When she saw the 2 people in front of her, she was stunned. Why? Why are you here? Chapter 1175. Outside the door, Dongfang Xingyang and Nanjing Qian were standing in front of Bai Yunduo. Bai Yunduo was shocked. We came to Shangjing for business. We knew you were here, so we came to see you. Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Xingyang were confused. They did not expect Bai Yunduo to be here as well. Their cultivation was much weaker than Yu Dongtian. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for them to walk in front of Yu Dongtian. However, Yu Dongtian needed to go back home to deal with some family matters. This gave them a chance. As long as they came to Zhou Changlu, they would not miss this drama of the century. Waiting for the hare to appear by a tree stump was not necessarily a derogatory term. Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Xingyang would have run as far as they could when they heard about the Zhuo family's banquet earlier. In fact, they were not the only ones. Anyone who had experienced the Zhuo family's banquet would see it as a den of tigers and wolves, a forest of swords and spears. They would not be able to leave without being severely injured. However, this time, the 2 of them took the initiative to come to Zhou Changlu. Both of them made up their minds. As long as they could see the drama of the century, and see Zhou Changlu's downfall, they would accept it even if they had to go bankrupt because of this banquet. It was Yu Dongtian's fault for being such a bully. If they missed out on this gossip, they would truly die with everlasting regret. Especially here, with the support of the minister, they could watch the drama without worrying about Zhou Changlu's revenge. As for the future, if you dare to cause trouble in my army, I will mobilize the army to encircle you. So what if you are the heavenly king of the right? I am the general of an army. Let's see if you are willing to do it. You. What a coincidence. Bai Yunduo could not help but wipe the sweat off her forehead. Is boss here? Nanjing Qian stuck his head out. Come in. We are eating. Bai Yunduo sighed. Just in time. We've been hungry for a long time. Help me get 2 more pairs of chopsticks. The 2 of them didn't stand on ceremony and squeezed through the door. Bai Yunduo sincerely expressed that she had never seen Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Xingyang so bold. Today, he was really bold. Not only was he able to tell with a single glance that they were unwilling to leave, he even dared to order him to add 2 more pairs of chopsticks. You two are ordering me around. But this matter was a little strange. Yu Dongtian wouldn't go so far as to tell everyone about this, right? But how did these two know? He must have known about it. Otherwise, why would he deliberately come to the Zhuo family's banquet? This was really strange. As the two of them walked in, Li Chenglong and the others instinctively turned to look. At the entrance, two big men walked in valiantly and spiritedly. The two of them were about the same size. Both of them were about 2 meters tall. When they walked in, they were like two majestic mountains. Both of them were dressed casually. Even though they were wearing ties, it was difficult to hide their squarish nature. When they walked, it was as if thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were marching at the same time. They were majestic and awe-inspiring. Not only were the others surprised, even Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were surprised. Why are you two here? That's because I miss you, boss. And we are on business. The two of them smiled honestly. Dongfang Xingyang was a little reserved, and Nanjing Qian was a little embarrassed. The two of them scratched their heads at the same time. One of them used his left hand, and the other used his right hand. Wu Yuding looked at the two of them with a half-smile. Business? You two just happened to be together. Yes, yes. What a coincidence. The two of them smiled at the same time. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." The two of them said at the same time. Their words were not polite at all. If they said that they had eaten, they would be met with a, "Then you can leave." "We haven't finished eating yet." What should they do? Wu Yuding frowned. "Why haven't you eaten yet? It's already so late. Why don't you go home and eat? What if you're starving? You're a small official. Why don't you take care of yourself? Go home." This. The two of them looked at the table full of dishes in confusion. There are so many people and only this table full of dishes. The two of you are so greedy. The food we prepared is not enough to fill your stomachs. The two of them were stunned. Sister-in-law, you don't follow the rules, do you? We are prepared to spend the rest of our lives and go bankrupt just to freeload a meal from you. You want to send us away as soon as we see you. What kind of logic is this? Just when they were at their wits' end. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian cheered at the same time. Uncle Nan. It's Uncle Nan. The two of them did not forget that this Uncle Nan was really a good person. The most valuable gift they had ever received in their life was from Uncle Nan. To Nanjing Qian, calling him Uncle Nan was like a blessing from the heavens. Nanjing Qian smiled happily. "Ah, isn't this Xiao Duo and little Nianer? Uncle Nan hasn't seen you for a long time. Let me see, Xiao Duo is so tall, and little Nianer is getting prettier." Nanjing Qian, who finally had a way out, walked over with a face full of kindness. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, he felt very happy. Nanjing Qian ignored Dongfang Xingyang's pleading look. "As long as I can stay, I will be fine. As for you, figure it out yourself. I won't say much anyway. Or you can leave." It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. That was nonsense. If one could enjoy such a great play of the century alone, why share it with others? Boss. Dongfang Xingyang walked in, rubbing his nose. "Are you eating? It smells so good. I've heard that the Zhuo family's banquet is very sumptuous." Wu Yuding said coldly, "If you're not eating, what are you doing? Holding a banquet to worship the heavens? What? Do you only have eyes for your boss? Is there anyone else?" Dongfang Xingyang smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you treat me like your own parents. All these years, I have been thinking about how I should repay you. Look, I tried my best to get you something that you might not like. But you have to accept it for me. Please don't mind it." He took out a purple-red infinite space ring. Wu Yuting took the ring and opened it on the spot to take a look. She said, You came all the way here. Your boss and I don't lack a pair of chopsticks. Hurry and sit down. You came at the right time. Our family has a happy occasion today. You can join in the joy." Thank you, sister-in-law." Dongfang Xingyang was sweating. Especially when I saw Wu Yuting actually open the ring on the spot to check. I rejoiced in my heart. Fortunately, I had prepared. Fortunately, I had brought all my belongings with me. Otherwise, I would have been kicked out of the house. Nan Jingqian laughed and took out the infinite space ring. "Sister-in-law, you're getting more and more beautiful. Give me a pair of chopsticks too." He looked at Dongfang Xingyang as if he was looking at a lowly person. With Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian calling him Uncle Nan, Nan Jingqian felt that his status was above Dongfang Xingyang's. "We're a family. You, little Dongfang, are an outsider." How could Dongfang Xingyang not be touched? He had already cursed Nan Jingqian's ancestors. Of course, he recognized Zhou Xiaoduo. That peerless prodigy. But he would never have thought that this kid was the son of the minister. Nan Jingqian, this bastard, actually hid such an important piece of news for so long. This son of a bitch is not human. If I had known earlier, I would rather bang my head against the wall and die if I couldn't get a warm Uncle Dongfang. I heard that Nan Jingqian liked to keep everything to himself. Now that I've seen it for myself, the rumors are true. After today, I'll settle the score with you. Isn't it just trying to get close? Laozi's aura-gazing technique is the best in this generation. I heard that Zhou Xiaoduo inherited the aura-gazing technique from the previous principal of Phoenix City's second high school, He Yuanyue. But he's still young, so his attainments are bound to be shallow. Wait until Laozi gives him a stepping stone, then he'll definitely replace Nan Jingqian's position. Dongfang is destined to surpass Nan Jingqian. Mo Xuani's family was a little cautious when they saw the arrival of strangers. Zhou Chonglu introduced them enthusiastically. "These are my two brothers. One is surnamed Dong, the other is surnamed Nan. My surname is Dong." Dongfang Xingyang said. "My surname is Nan." Nan Jingqian said. "Nice to meet you, in-laws." The two of them were not stingy people. They handed out gifts to everyone. Mo Xuani's family, Li Chenglong, and the rest received 2 sets each. Then Bai Yunduo came over with 2 pairs of chopsticks and slammed them on the table. He rolled his eyes and said, "You too, do you want a drink?" Of course, of course. Thank you so much." The two wiped their sweat. They almost forgot that this was the wife of the Heavenly King. Thus, they added 2 more wine glasses. 2 interspatial rings were placed in Bai Yunduo's hands. White Cloud withdrew without the slightest trace of smoke and fire. Master said 2 more pairs of chopsticks, but he didn't say anything about drinking. "You two want a drink? Do you think that I, the wife of the King of Zhuolu, the #1 inspector of the continent, and the #1 inspector of the army, am a maid? I gave you chopsticks and wine glasses. If you don't have these 2 rings today, I'll discipline your entire army tomorrow." As the inheritor of Wu Yuting's legacy, the way she received gifts was naturally the same. Everything was done smoothly and without a trace. If Zhou Xiaoduo saw this scene, he would definitely sigh. This was the true meaning of plucking the feathers of a swallow. My cultivation is still not up to par. When Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaonian brought 2 large chairs over for the two to sit down, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they sat down. There were seats, chopsticks, and wine glasses. It was enough. Why would they need a plate? They didn't need anything else. It was too expensive. Compared to the Mo family, Li Chenglong and the rest became more reserved with the arrival of the two. The two of them came with their original faces. Nanjing Qian might be a little unfamiliar to them, but Dongfang Xingyang had been to the Hidden Dragon High School before. Furthermore, they had met each other during the Starlight Mountain Range trial. This was clearly Commander Dongfang. But Commander Dongfang was actually Zhuo's father's old subordinate. Brother. Then who was Zhuo's father? Chapter 1176. Thinking of this, the hearts of all the little fellows began to beat like drums. Ever since they realized that something was wrong, they could feel that something was wrong. Take this table for example. During this period of time, they had eaten many times. With 10 or so people sitting at this table, it was extremely crowded. However, everyone liked to eat quickly, so they didn't feel that it was too uncomfortable. However, today, there were 21 people at this table. Everyone was moving calmly and there was no sense of crowding at all. This was very abnormal. From what they could see, it was one thing to not feel crowded when everyone sat in a circle. However, there was no gap at all. Now, there were 2 burly men sitting on the chairs. They were moving calmly and there was no sense of crowding at all. This was rather thought-provoking. Just now, both the guests and the host were enjoying themselves. Now, the atmosphere was even livelier. Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Xingyang were both experienced with alcohol. They knew how to liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. Compared to Zhuo Zhonglu, they were not inferior at all. Furthermore, they entertained the guests and made the atmosphere of the banquet more and more lively. Dongfang Xingyang and Nanjing Qian were drinking and chatting. Their hands were not idle either. They took out their phones and took a few selfies with their heads tilted towards Zhuo Changlu and his wife. This must be posted on their WeChat moments. Both of their pictures were the same. There were only 3 people in the pictures: himself, his brother, and his sister-in-law. His brother was elegant and steady. His sister-in-law was smiling kindly. His face was glowing. Then, he quickly took a picture of the dishes on the table. He especially slapped the wine glass in his hand and the fragrant chive pancakes at the side. As he spoke to everyone at the table, he quickly added a caption. Dongfang Xingyang, the rarest thing in life is the reunion of brothers. Today, I have gathered with big brother and sister-in-law. Life is like a dream, and time flies by quickly. I can't help but sigh. A table of delicious dishes, smile, smile. I finally got to eat the chive pancake that sister-in-law made herself. I wish big brother and sister-in-law a long and healthy life. May our friendship last forever. All in one go. Send. She put her phone away, her face full of joy and grace. She ate, chatted, and drank. Nanjing Qian, time flies. It's been 2 years since the last time I had a meal with big brother and sister-in-law. Today, we're finally able to gather again. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The chive pancakes that I ate last time still have a lingering fragrance in my mouth. This time, sister-in-law gave me a stack of smug emoji, smug emoji. Look, there's too much, I can't finish it. But since sister-in-law made it, I'll eat smug emoji, even if I can't finish them. Emoji of a dog's head, emoji of a dog's head. Wishing big brother and sister-in-law eternal youth. Smile, smile, send. He pocketed his phone. Be dignified, eat, chat, and drink. The atmosphere was lively. Although Li Chenglong and the others were cautious, the current atmosphere was too warm and warm. Coupled with the humorous conversation of the elders, the nervousness in their hearts gradually disappeared. They were no longer nervous. Little did they know that Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Jingyang's hearts were also in turmoil. Especially when Zhou Xiaoduo introduced his friends, the two marshals were even more shocked. "These are my classmates. Uncles, this is Li Chenglong. Ha, his cultivation aptitude is relatively average. The only thing that can be said about him is that he's the best military advisor of the generation. His current cultivation state is mediocre. He's already 20 years old this year, but he's only at the peak of the Guixian realm. He can't suppress the agitation of his vital energy after suppressing it for 17 or 18 times. He's about to break through to the heavenly realm. This is Long Yuxing. His cultivation progress is about the same as Li Chenglong's. However, Li Chenglong is a little clever. He doesn't even have that little bit of intelligence. If it wasn't for the fact that he received the inheritance of the green dragon, he wouldn't be able to make it. This is... Zhou Xiaoduo introduced them one by one. The words he used were full of praise and criticism, and so on. But when the two marshals heard it, they only felt that today was an eye-opener. This big group. What's going on? Each and every one of them was showing off their abilities, showing off their brilliance without the slightest bit of concealment. What did they mean by peak of the Guixian realm at 20 years old? What did they mean by they can't suppress it after suppressing it for 17 or 18 times and are about to break through to the heavenly realm? The two of them looked at Zhou Xiaoduo as they drank. "You're really your father's son. The word talent is really well used." So many prodigies of this generation gathered at the same table. It was really too shocking. The two marshals' eyes lit up as they watched. They couldn't wait to take all of them into their pockets and take them under their command. These little fellows only needed to train under their hands for 2 years, and they would definitely become the seeds of future marshals and heavenly kings. It wasn't impossible for them to be even a level higher than that. At the very least, when they were at this age, they didn't have such achievements. In fact, they were far from it. Let's not talk about suppression. When they were at this age, they were only at the heavenly realm. They were even called the greatest prodigy. Not to mention the fact that they had a military advisor, a natural assassin, and the successor of the Green Dragon. A military advisor. What the hell? Nanjing Qian dug his fingernails into his palms. I'm not jealous. I don't want to poach them. Dongfang Jingyang couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are these kids interested in joining the army?" The East Army is in a state of decline. Zhou Changlu didn't say anything. Wu Yuding chuckled and asked, "Are you full? You're even in the mood to chat?" No. Dongfang Jingyang was shocked. He quickly raised his wine glass and said, "Let me toast to you, sister-in-law. I'm a woman. I can't hold my liquor. I don't mean for you to drink. I'll toast 3 glasses to show my respect." The topic was brought to an end. Dongfang Jingyang's face darkened. Sister-in-law kept smiling. What was she trying to do? Nanjing Qian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but gloat. What an idiot. These are all Xiaoduo's subordinates. You want to poach them. And you want to poach them right in front of them. I'm willing to give you the highest honor among the 4 great generals. Dongfang Jingyang took a sip of wine to calm himself down. He coughed lightly and took out his vibrating phone. His eyes widened and he smiled proudly. His life was complete. Nanjing Qian also took out his vibrating phone at the same time and opened his friend's circle. After taking a look, he smiled proudly. His life was at its peak. Below, there was a whole circle of replies. I'm Shimin, fuck. Where is this? Where are you? Send me your address. Please, I beg you. Bagong, I'm so jealous. Others bring me along. I beg you. You didn't invite me for dinner. The legendary chive pancake. I'm not sour at all. I'll eat it sooner or later. Is the chive pancake tasty? Bring me one. Is it good? Guess if I'm sour or not. Nanjing Qian, can you be any more cocky? Then, they formed a formation below. Fucking Nanjing Qian. Fucking Dongfang Jingyang. Fucking Nanjing Qian. Rows and rows of replies lined up below. There was still more to come, and there was an endless stream of replies. Dongfang Jingyang and Nanjing Qian were so happy that their eyes narrowed. Their friend circle had never been so lively. Let these guys be envious. Just as they were feeling smug, the wind suddenly howled in the sky. A strong gust of wind came with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The highlight of the show was here. Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Jingyang's expressions turned serious. They sat up straight. Zhua Zhanglu and Wu Yuting's eyes flashed with gratification. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door again. Bai Yunduo turned to look at Wu Yuting. Let's not bother two people. Go and open the door, Wu Yuting said. Bai Yunduo stood up and went to open the door. She opened the door. It's not you, Dong Tian. He stood in front of the door angrily. He was stunned when he saw Bai Yunduo. Why are you here? Bai Yunduo was unhappy when she heard that. Why? Are you worried that I'll find out about your scandal? She said with a straight face, nonsense. I've been with Xiao Nianji all this time. This is Xiao Nianji's house. If I'm not here, where am I? Where should I be? Yu Dongtian's face was serious. He put on the airs of a big brother and said, Oh, then you can go out for a walk. I have something to discuss with Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. It's not convenient for you to be here. Bai Yunduo was furious. It's not convenient for me to be here. This bastard. Is this something a human should do or say? She gritted her teeth and said, I shouldn't have pleaded for you. She really regretted it. If she had known that this bastard would say such nonsense, she wouldn't have pleaded for him. The other party's meaning was very clear. If she didn't know, he would have tricked her into leaving and never let her know what happened today. It was better to be known than seen. It was really. Yu Dongtian was stunned when he heard that. He was a smart person and instantly understood that Bai Yunduo couldn't have just arrived. She knew everything that happened in front of her. He couldn't avoid her. He couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, what you said about me is really embarrassing. Sighed, the family is unfortunate. I had no choice but to do this. Bai Yunduo said coldly, what good or bad plan? You don't have to tell me about these things. Do you have the right to tell me? Yu Dongtian hurriedly said, Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua didn't say anything, right? However, Bai Yunduo had already turned around and left. Originally, she thought that this guy was her husband's best friend, so she made up her mind to give him a few reminders out of goodwill. But now... Kiki. I want to see how badly Yu Dongtian will die today. I'll take it as a joke. The moment he entered, Heavenly King Yu saw Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Jingyang, both of whom were sitting upright and looking dignified. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. There was no need to say anything. These two bastards must have rushed here to watch the show. Nanjing Qian and Dongfang Jingyang had already stood up. Dongfang Jingyang smiled from ear to ear. Heavenly King Yu, nice to meet you. What a coincidence. Nan Jingqian was stunned. It's really such a coincidence to meet Heavenly King Yu. Even I'm shocked. Really? Chapter 1177. It's a pleasure to meet you two bastards. Yu Dongtian said disdainfully, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wu Yuting snorted and said, Heavenly King Yu, why do you look so pale? Did someone make you angry? Auntie. Yu Dongtian's spirit was instantly rejuvenated. He said sweetly, Auntie, I've missed you so much these few days. I've finally met you. I've told you before that I'm indebted to Auntie. You treat me better than my own mother. I must be filial to Auntie in the future. And my Uncle Zhua. Uncle Zhua, Auntie Zhua, from the start to the end, it's all my family's fault. I've already severely punished that bunch of useless people. Those rascals, after enjoying a few days of peace, they thought too highly of themselves. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Father and I have been risking our lives outside, but we actually allowed such vermin to appear in our family. What's more, they were born in groups. It's really a huge sin. This time, it's all thanks to Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua. They helped us discover the hidden danger and cleaned up our family. It's really a huge debt of gratitude. If not for Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua, would our family still be around? We would only become a decadent family that deceives the world. Just thinking about what those rascals did really infuriates me. Look at the Wang family now. It's so shocking and heartbreaking. If these people from the Yu family continue to do whatever they want, they will become the second Wang family. It's really too scary. It's so heartbreaking. I just found out about this too. I immediately rushed back to give them a scolding. I even came up with new family rules. The first is. The second is. The third is. I've already severely punished everyone involved. They are. I'm not only here to represent myself, but also my father to thank Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. Originally, my father wanted to come personally, but both of you know that my father is thin-skinned. Before I came, he kindly reminded me that Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua have done our family a great favor this time. If it weren't for the friendship of a lifetime, who would come and meddle in other people's affairs? Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua are righteous and don't treat us as outsiders. That's why they're willing to help us and set things right. Uncle Zhua, Aunt Zhua. Thank you so much. Yu Dongtian's mouth was like a heavy machine gun that suddenly released the safety and pulled the trigger. Hundreds of shuttles were fired in a row. This time, it was really an emergency. I came in a hurry. I didn't make any preparations. Yu Dongtian took out a space ring and stuffed it into Wu Yuting's hand. It's nothing valuable. It's just some beauty products. Auntie, you won't be able to use them, so please don't dislike them. Also, I got some wine for Uncle Zhua. They've been preserved for thousands of years. The quality is not bad. General Dongfang wanted to mutter, damn, that wine belongs to my family. It has been stored in the cellar for more than thousands of years. However, seeing Yu Dongtian's current appearance, he didn't dare to say it. He definitely didn't sympathize with him. This guy's mouth was wider than anyone else's. There was nothing worth sympathizing with. He was mainly afraid that this guy would settle accounts with him later. It was worth the ticket price to see this big show. In addition, I've also prepared some for Xiao Duo and Little Ninian. As Yu Dongtian spoke, he looked at Zhua Chonglu's expression. Seeing that Zhua Chonglu's expression didn't change, the Heavenly King of the Right's face became paler and paler. The speed of his speech, which was originally like a machine gun, gradually slowed down. Towards the end, he was almost stuttering. Yu Dongtian knew the Zhua couple very well. Zhuo Zhonglu was the one who had to make the final decision for all the major events in the Zhuo family. Wu Yuding was the one who had the final say in the Zhuo family. Although there had been no major events in the Zhuo family for a long time, Zhuo Zhonglu was the one who had the final say in the family. Just like at this moment, Yu Dongtian knew that even if he persuaded Wu Yuding, he still couldn't persuade Zhuo Chonglu. It was still futile. Zhuo Chonglu said lightly, "I asked you to come here to give me a gift. Do you think that your Aunt Zhuo and I are really greedy for your things?" No. I definitely didn't mean that. I've always been filial to Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo. I can't wait to be with them. Yu Dongtian looked at Bai Yunduo pleadingly. "Sister-in-law, please help me." Bai Yunduo was still angry. She snorted and turned her head away. She didn't even bother to pretend that she didn't see it. You offended a woman and you still want her to help you. Is there such a good thing in the world? The Yu family is really powerful now. Not only is it the first family in Shangjing, but it's also the first family in Astral Souls. It's one of the top families in the 3 continents. But look at what the Yu family has become. Originally, I just wanted to see how this matter would be resolved. A small punishment would be enough as a warning. However, after my divine sense circled around your Yu clan, I discovered that such a large clan like yours is now as rotten as the Wang clan. When you see an ordinary family, you trample over it directly. When you see a family that's stronger than you, you urge your children to have sex with them. Is this the style of the Yu family? What's more, in the last 1,000 years, when the upper class of Shangjing was distributing benefits, the Yu family alone took up 20% of the share. You're in a high position and have more power than me. You should know better than me what a family that takes up 20% of the benefits and resources in Shangjing represents and what it means. Yu Dongtian and your father may have the right to take the 20%. But ask yourself, can you do it? Do you feel that you are taking more than you deserve? And now, the situation is that the descendants of your family have already taken up 20% of the share. What right do they have? Just because their ancestor is an emperor. Is he the king of the right? How ridiculous! How ridiculous! How ridiculous! What kind of madness is this? The Yu family is the Yu family. What is a king of the family? According to what you said, if Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian get married in the future, are they going to establish a king's family? At that time, will the Yu family work together to ensure that the glory of the so-called number 1 family doesn't fall? Will the Yu family fight against Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian? Or even kill them to prevent future troubles? Please don't tell me that I'm overthinking, that I'm worrying too much, that I'm being whimsical. Cold sweat dripped down Yu Dongtian's face. These words were really hurtful. No matter how he answered, it was wrong. But one thing was for sure, and that was Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo would never let Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian establish a family. Since they had children, they had been hiding it, afraid that others would find out. How could they establish a family? Uncle Zhuo. Yu Dongtian looked at Zhuo Chonglu pleadingly, but he was met with Zhuo Chonglu's cold eyes. Dongfang Xingyang coughed and bowed, "Boss." The king of the right knows his mistake, and his attitude is already. "Boss, do you think?" Nan Jingqian also bowed and said, "Boss, after this punishment, as long as the descendants don't overturn the king's decision, there won't be any problems for at least 3,000 years. Plus, after 10,000 years, the descendants will be unfilial. This is something that no family can avoid. Even gods. I'm afraid. After all, people's hearts." Zhuo Chonglu sighed softly, "You know what I'm thinking. Normally, I wouldn't say it so seriously, and I wouldn't want to say it so seriously. But Wang Feihong was my brother back then. Oh Wang family, we can only watch helplessly as we reach this step. How can we not learn from the mistakes of our predecessors? What can we do? What a shocking sight. Now, the Yu family is also showing signs of this. Even the families that you two come from might not have the same signs as well. We fought bloody battles to conquer the world. If we finally found out that the astral soul's land that we risked our lives to protect for so many years was destroyed by our own descendants. Even if we did ascend the altar, how could we accept the worship of the people for so many years? We have been fighting for our entire lives. Our original intention is to see the beauty of this world. We can kill anyone who destroys society, but I do not wish that when you raise your butcher's knife one day, it will be our own descendants who are under the knife. This kind of heart-wrenching pain, this kind of ridiculous disappointment, you can't bear it. Even if you've never seen the descendant being killed, he's still your descendant. You will always remember that his surname is Yu. Yu Dongtian's surname is Yu. Yu Xingchen's surname is Yu. Zhou Chonglu's voice wasn't very strict, but Yu Dongtian, Dongfang Jingyang, Nanjing Qian, and Bai Yunduo all stood up straight and listened seriously. These were undoubtedly words that came from the bottom of his heart, and were definitely not spoken with emotion. Mu Zongjun, Mo Xuani, Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others who were at the same table couldn't see or hear anything. Speaking of Wang Feihong, Zhou Zhanglu felt a little upset. Back then, Heavenly King Gu Hong had single-handedly slaughtered the Second Sorcerer Alliance, and the smile he had given Zhou Zhanglu before the battle that Yu Dongtian and the others were from that time as well. Even though they were just small shrimps back then, how could they not remember Heavenly King Gu Hong's heroic deeds? Looking at the Wang family now. Looking at their own family, they all broke out in cold sweat. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo finally saw Yu Dongtian sitting down with a warm expression. He raised his wine glass and toasted Mu Zongjun and his wife. With a smile, he said, "I'm little hero Yu's guardian." Yes, there are many people in the Yu family, so the seniority is a little messy. I look young, but my seniority is slightly higher. Cough cough. Zhou Chonglu rolled his eyes at the sky. Wu Yuding looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Seniority. Oh. You're really senior. Who knows how many generations of your descendants are going to marry my goddaughter? Do we have to call you our ancestor? But Yu Dongtian couldn't do anything about it. He really couldn't do anything about it. Let's talk about our own matters, let's talk about our own matters. Yu Dongtian's neck was getting thick as he struggled to speak. Ha 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 ha. Nan Jingqian burst out laughing. Chapter 1178. Of course, everyone was happy at the end of the meal. Yu Dongtian's arrival was already the greatest sincerity in redeeming the family. He had dealt with the entire Yu clan's upper echelons. This was a big change of blood for Mo Xuani's family, and also beneficial for the Yu clan itself. It was just a temporary turmoil, but it would be repaid in the future. Yu Dongtian was well aware of this, so he did not hold any grudges against him. Instead, he had to thank the Zhuo couple for stepping in. But the marriage between Mo Xuani and Yu Xiaoxia was still not decided on the spot. Yu Dongtian came to express his apology and gratitude. With his status, it was impossible for him to get involved in the marriage. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't dare to do so, and he wasn't qualified enough. Mo Xuani had become Zhou Chonglu's adopted daughter, and in terms of seniority, she was of the same generation as Yu Dongtian. How could he be qualified to preside over the marriage? Although he knew that Zhou Chonglu would not follow through with this marriage, and at most, when Mo Xuani got married, he would give a gift and a dowry. But his willingness to step in this time had already explained a lot of things, and even more so, it had an inexplicable meaning. This matter, which seemed like a small matter of two children's marriage almost being ruined, actually had a lot of hidden meaning. The sky inspecting minister reappeared in the mortal world and came to Shangjing. He interrogated a series of big families in Shangjing one after another. Previously, it was the Wang family, and now it was the Yu family's turn. Almost all the big families with top-notch star souls did not make any mistakes. Next, it was the Bai family, where the Lady of the Clouds came from, and the families of the four great commanders of the East, West, North, and South also started to reorganize. Sua Zhonglu's real goal was to take action in all aspects of the continent. Yu Dongtian understood. This matter was of great significance to the Yu clan, and it would benefit them in the long run. But in the end, the Yu clan was just a chess piece in the minister's hands. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, knocking the mountain to warn the tiger, nothing more than that. Even the heavenly king of the Right's family had been dealt with, and almost all the higher-ups were uprooted and sent to the front lines. How awesome did you have to be able to withstand this, and still dare to commit crimes? The banquet ended. Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuting found a guest room to rest, while Sua Xiaonian went to take care of her parents. After all, Sua Chonglu and his wife had prepared a huge amount of good things for their daughter, who had just ascended to the Sky Soar realm. These were things that couldn't be revealed in front of others. It was enough for him to know the benefits of being the second generation of top-notch cultivators. There was no need to show off in front of others and cause unnecessary trouble for no reason. Nan Jingqian and Dongfang Jingyang took their leave. Even the heavenly king of the Right and Baiyun fairies' families had to reorganize themselves. Naturally, they did not dare to delay and hurried back to reorganize their families. Yu Dongtian also left, but before he left, he gave Mu Tsongjun and his wife a house. Yep, to be more precise, it was a large courtyard. The Yu family was fully responsible for the hygiene and security of the courtyard. Ever since Yu Dongtian knew that Imo Xuanyi was an elite disciple who had betrayed the greedy wolf sect, he had made this decision long ago. Because in the sky above Shangjing, the power of the southern 6 stars, northern 95 stars was faintly converging. Although Yu Dongtian had not reached the level of Sua Chonglu and his wife who could sense the heaven and earth, he could still sense it. The Stargate sect was ruthless to their enemies, but they were even more ruthless to their traitorous disciples. If they knew that Imo Xuanyi was in Shangjing, they would definitely kill Imo Xuanyi together with him. Yu Dongtian felt that he would definitely cry that it was better to be safe than sorry. With Yu Dongtian's eloquence and ability to sway people, as well as his ability to subtly influence people's minds, Imo Xuanyi's family had become the big landlords of Shangjing in a daze. Yep, how could the courtyard given by the heavenly king of the Right be small? Imo Xuanyi's family was, of course, the big landlords of Shangjing in reality. Sua Xiaoduo was surrounded by Li Chenglong and the others and forcefully escorted into the Void Extermination Tower. Sua, what is your uncle's identity? Tell us about it. Everyone's eyes were sparkling with curiosity, and it was rare that there was no coercion. Sua Xiaoduo showed off. I've already told you that I'm a super second generation, a top second generation cultivator, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? Everyone nodded in unison. It was really impossible not to believe him. Although at some point during the meal, everyone seemed to be in a state where they suddenly seemed to be cut off from the current atmosphere, or it could be said that their time inexplicably paused, or there was a gap in their memories, in short. There were many, many abnormal signs. But no matter what, the great General Dongfang was not a fake. What is his identity? Everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. Ha ha ha. Guess. Sua Xiaoduo crossed his legs, shook his head proudly and wagged his tail. Everyone was speechless. Originally, they still had some respect and distance for this guy's identity as a second-generation cultivator, but now that they saw this guy's arrogant and despicable demeanor, the previous feeling completely disappeared. I can't guess, I don't dare to guess. Then you can continue to be depressed. Xiaoduo was full of himself, and in the space of the Tower of Annihilation, he looked up to the sky and howled, hee 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 hee. Everyone pressed for a long time, but Xiaoduo was determined not to say anything, and his attitude became more and more despicable. But in fact, he had no choice. His father had solemnly said that he wanted to take a good look at these little guys in the next few days. Without his father's permission, he could not directly or indirectly reveal anything. If everyone guessed, then it was not something he could say. At this moment, looking at everyone's gloomy faces, Xiaoduo was so happy that his tail was about to stand up. The night was silent. Li Chenglong and the others stayed in the Tower of Annihilation to carry out their last suppression. Xiaoduo was about to break through, so naturally, he could not continue to stay in the tower, and had to go out. Unfortunately, Zhuo Chonglu and his wife had brought Zhuo Xiaonian with them at this time, and they did not know what to say in the room. Xiaoduo knocked for a long time, but the door did not open. Feeling that he was ignored, he could not help but feel unhappy. Suddenly, he saw the whole table full of dishes and cups that had not been cleaned up. Xiaoduo waved his hand, and spiritual energy suddenly surged. In an instant, the whole room was cleaned up. However, Xiaoduo's way of cleaning the room was different. Instead of cleaning the bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates and tidying them up neatly, he wrapped everything with his vital energy and directly put them away. With a whoosh, he threw them out, and with a bang, they landed in a garbage station a few kilometers away. Rich. Willful. Then, he wiped the table, put all the chairs back in place, and announced that he was done. If I use this skill to do housework with this level of dexterity, how much money can I make? It had to be said that Xiaoduo's mind was full of wonderful ideas. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, it was a different kind of contribution that ordinary people could not achieve. After waiting for a long time, the Zhuo couple and Zhuo Xiaonian still had not finished chatting. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was extremely bored, carefully mobilized the last few strands of vital energy in his dantian. Bit by bit, he turned them into the power of the Flaming Sun Manual, and then purified them further, turning them into the power of the primordial fire. However, this was all he could do now. If he wanted to further transform the primordial fire into the pure Zhu Rong primordial fire, with his current level of cultivation, it was still beyond his ability. If he forced the fusion, Zhuo Xiaoduo would probably turn into a huge fireball in an instant, and then turn into a sky full of fireflies, and disappear into the dust. Strands of vital energy were transformed. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat cross-legged in the living room, carefully and cautiously, and did not dare to slack off. Finally, the last strand of vital energy was gone. It was completely refined, and there was not a single strand of energy left. At this moment, a little understanding inexplicably grew from the bottom of his heart, and continuously surged. Force. Force could be borrowed, but it could not be relied on. Only one's own force could truly belong to oneself. How to move one's mind, how to merge the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls into one, and then release that unique, charming, and exclusive force. Zhuo Xiaoduo was carefully trying to figure out the mystery. However, at the moment when the last strand of vital energy was refined, the world suddenly changed. The change was carried out silently, but the entire sky above Shangjing was instantly filled with wind and clouds. Countless black clouds of smoke came from all directions at lightning speed, converging in this direction at an extremely fast speed. The silent lightning bolts were like dense spiderwebs, quietly weaving into a huge net that encompassed 3 continents in the sky. After a while, a black cloud in the middle of the giant net slowly rotated, and the pitch-black color immediately dyed the entire blue sky a piano black. As if they had sensed something, the other two huge black clouds that also covered the sky slowly began to rotate. Almost at the same time, another red cloud with an extremely strange hue quietly rushed from afar. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the middle of the sky. Then, the three black clouds and the red cloud entangled together, and the strange red cloud that came later was even more overbearing and powerful. It forcibly squeezed into the middle of the three black clouds, and the original three clouds turned into four clouds. In the entire sky, it was as if four huge eyes had appeared, and they were all slowly rotating. 3 black and 1 red. This state only lasted for a moment, and another purple cloud appeared on the horizon, and with the same overbearing momentum, rushed into the clouds. Another gray cloud also rose in another direction, and another green cloud suddenly soared into the sky, joining the clouds forcefully. At this point, 7 clouds had arrived in the sky one after another, and rotated together in the sky. The scene was unprecedentedly magnificent, but also extremely strange. In the room, Sui Changlu and Wu Yuding, who had sensed the change, stood side by side and looked at the sudden strange phenomenon in the sky. Their faces were as gloomy as water, and the heavy worry in their eyes almost condensed into a substance. Sui Xiaoduo had not given the news of a breakthrough, but the heavenly tribulations had already sensed it, and had begun to gather and move. Moreover, as soon as he made a move, the commotion was so shocking and grand. How can there be heavenly tribulations of the 7 clans? Wu Yuding could not understand, and was even a little angry. Isn't this targeting my son? Isn't this bullying? Are you using this kind of heavenly tribulations to split the sky? Chapter 1179. Don't be impatient. Sui Changlu's eyes were deep as he patted his wife's shoulder. If it's just the heavenly tribulation of the 7 clans, it might be better. At least it's better than the worst outcome I expected. Ha! The worst outcome you expected is worse than this. Xiao Duo has a lot of karma, and most of it is his own doing. He's asking for trouble, and it has nothing to do with anyone. Sui Changlu said with a toothache. But what did he do? How did he get involved with so much karma? What did he do? Think about it carefully. He was born in the astral souls, in the Tao League, and he's a peerless genius. The heavenly tribulation of the 2 clans can't be avoided. After that, he took Flood as his adoptive father. Flood is now the top master of the Wu people. Naturally, he's involved with the Umno Alliance's heavenly Tao. This time, he went to the Wu people and received the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. He's inseparable from the Wu people's heavenly Tao. After that, he told us about his relationship with the Spirit Clan and the Demon Clan. I'm afraid there's a lot of karma that we and even he don't know about. In this case, it's the heavenly tribulation of the 5 clans. Even if there's karma between the Spirit Clan and the Demon Clan, the current situation is that the heavenly Tao of the Demon Clan is involved. What do you think? I don't understand this either. But our son has always had a lot of adventures. Maybe he offended the Demon Clan for some reason. Even so, it's only the 6 clans. Where did the karma that belongs to the Western sect come from? You said that he got involved with the Demon Clan for some reason, and I agree. But there hasn't been any information about the Western sect for millions of years. It's not even recorded in the ancient legends. How did they get involved? Wu Yuding's question was also Sui Changlu's question. Both of them felt this was too strange. What did their son have to do with the Western sect? Why did the 7 great heavenly Tao gather for no reason? How was he going to let others have a good time? By the way, you said that there are worse possibilities. What could be worse than this? Wu Yuding asked nervously. Zhuo Chonglu smiled bitterly. You missed a lot of information about our son, or rather, you didn't care, did you? He was famous in Phoenix City. How could Master's Wu's name be false? I don't know where this method of his came from, but the root of his guidance is to deduce the mysteries of heaven. Stealing the heart of heaven as my heart and seeing the future, wouldn't that be forming karma with the heavenly Tao? What's more, he almost reversed the situation and helped Nian, or resist the huge karma of the Phoenix Pulse soul. If the most serious situation occurred, the backlash of these two karmas would be the most terrifying. Wu Yuding's expression changed again and again. She said in a trembling voice, fortunately, there is only the heavenly tribulation of the 7 races right now. Without the 2 karmas that you set up in advance, there is still a chance. No. There's more. There's more. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding's expressions changed. Their eyes focused and their bodies stiffened. In the eastern sky, a cloud suddenly rushed up, and the cloud formed a golden dragon that suddenly rushed out. In an instant, it circled thousands of miles and covered the sky. At the same time, in the western sky, a 5-colored phoenix spread its wings and flew up. In a moment, the dragon and phoenix turned into a huge whirlpool in the sky above Shangjing. Damn, even the heavenly Tao of the ancient god race is here to join in the fun. Zhuo Chonglu's usually calm eyes showed panic for the first time. He even seemed to be gnashing his teeth. Wu Yuding clasped her hands together and scolded, "This little bastard is really a troublemaker. How can such a heavenly tribulation be perfect? Looking at the situation now, I'm afraid it's already difficult to survive." Wu Yuding's voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when another tribulation cloud that seemed like a ghastly mist charged swiftly into the sky and converged with the numerous tribulation clouds in the sky. Wu Yuding's expression changed drastically. Zhuo Chonglu's body also stiffened instantly. They're all here. It's the 9 great heavenly Tao and the 10 complete lightning tribulations. Zhuo Chonglu's face turned pale. My son has created history. But I'm very curious. Where did he get the ability to attract so much karma? A figure flashed and Lei Chongtian descended from the sky. My goodness. What did you two give birth to? So many karmic heavenly tribulations. It's going to be smashed into pieces. Looking at the momentum, let alone passing through it perfectly, I'm afraid even the chance of reincarnation will be. Shut up. Wu Yuding fiercely turned her head and looked at her father, roaring fiercely, The demon ancestor's head drooped and he could no longer open his mouth. Just as Wu Yuding, Zhuo Chonglu, and Lei Chongtian were extremely surprised. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's void-destroying pagoda. The Huawang's sword appeared in the air with a clang. Sword light shot out in all directions, and demon aura rose. With a whoosh, it rushed out of the space and entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine soul. The god-slaying spear Yan Shirsi followed closely behind. Demonic flames soared and turned into a black fog, flashing away. Bai and Zhou jumped a few times and also jumped out. Xiao Zhao's 3 legs jumped up and down, and with a whoosh, it turned into a flame. The dragon of luck Xiaolong, who rarely appeared in front of people, also came out from the mountains. He flew up silently and hurriedly. The super heavenly tribulation that made the Zhuo couple worried and terrified was about to happen. However, the person involved, Zhuo Xiaoduo, didn't know that a calamity was about to befall him. He didn't even know that his godson and whatnot were moving out together. He only felt various kinds of enlightenment in his mind. Immediately, he entered a state of enlightenment where he forgot about everything around him. Fortunately, the whole process only lasted for a short minute. However, there were too many kinds of enlightenment, and they all rushed into his mind at the same time. His head swelled uncomfortably as if it was about to explode. Unable to bear the burden, he immediately woke up. When his mind regained its clarity, Duo was shocked to discover that the true essence in his body had already shown signs of going berserk. At this stage, even if he had the help of a transcendent cultivator to suppress it, or even some miraculous spirit medicine, it would be of no use. He had to face this breakthrough, the breakthrough to the Skysoar realm. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed towards the flying heavens past like a hot knife through butter. Originally, he had already touched the door and could break through the barrier with just a light touch. However, at this moment, it was like an impenetrable and unbreakable wall. Duo thought that he would succeed naturally, but something unexpected happened. He was surprised to see that on the other side of the Skysoar realm, there was a mixture of different colors. What's going on? Before Duo could figure out what was going on, the pressure in the sky came down on him. The true origin in his body suddenly burst out. Duo only felt that his insides were burning. He couldn't control himself and shouted, "Dad! I'm going to break through." Before his voice died away, Changlu, who had been paying attention to his son's every move, suddenly appeared beside him. He grabbed his son's neck and disappeared with a whoosh. Then, Lei Changtian followed closely. Bai Yunduo flew under the clouds, and Wu Yuding took Xiaonian and broke through the sky. Changlu was so fast that the father and son were already at the top of the Broken Soul Cliff in the blink of an eye. Changlu suddenly let go of Duo, and Duo fell on the cliff. Put on the protective gear your mother gave you and prepare all the medicine you need. Swallow a few pills with the tip of your tongue first. There's something fishy about this flying tribulation. You have to deal with it with all your might. Don't be careless. Changlu said in a deep voice. Yes. Don't forget the key points I told you. Deal with it carefully. Wu Yuding's voice also came. Like the evening drum and morning bell, she reminded Duo of all the things she reminded him. Once again, she imprinted them into Duo's spirit sea with the method of divine sense empowerment. I remember, Mom. Don't worry. Duo shouted with difficulty. Immediately, he calmed down and dealt with the surging true origin. He tried to restrain it and guide it into the right direction. In a moment, the 10 huge whirlpools in the sky came to the top of his head again. From the slow rotation to the fast rotation, the intense rotation. Then, it was almost impossible to see clearly. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the huge spiritual energy in all directions was sucked dry by the 10 tribulation eyes in the sky in an instant. There was not a drop left. The indifferent heavens might came down mightily. The great Tao was ruthless, and karma was reincarnation. This guy dared to defy the heavens. He must be scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. Changlu and Wu Yuding stood 100 miles away, one in the east and one in the west. Even though the couple had high cultivation, at this moment, they did not dare to make the slightest move. Half of their attention was focused on their son, and the other half was focused on the periphery to eliminate the possibility of external interference from outside the heaven realm. Xiaonian and Wu Yuding were on the side. One of their hands was tightly clasped on Wu Yuding's arm, and they looked extremely nervous. Lei Changtian and Bai Yunduo were in the north and south respectively. They were also on high alert. This lineup of guardians was a little scary. With the 4 of them protecting him, even if the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League attacked together, Duo would be safe and sound for a while. However, the 4 of them were all experts in cultivation. How could they not know that the key point of their defense was not the destruction of any enemies in the world, but the evil hidden behind every tribulation thundered during the tribulation? A perfect breakthrough was easier said than done. Since ancient times, even the heavens were not perfect. If Duo wanted to break through the boundary between man and heaven with a perfect posture, he would definitely attract the greatest evil in the world. Yes, at this moment, even the heavenly Tao was jealous of Duo. The jealousy of the whole world. There was not a single cultivator who was not jealous. The wrath of the heavenly Tao was a natural disaster that could be vented through the tribulation thunder. After the natural disaster, there were also man-made disasters. After the tribulation thunder, the aftershocks would attract the resentment of countless cultivators. They would surround Duo from all sides and surge in like a gust of wind. As long as they rushed in and landed on Duo, they would form an inner demon. Once the inner demon was formed, it would not be a perfect breakthrough. And Changlu and the others had to cut off all the inner demons from invading, begging for monthly votes at midnight. Chapter 1180. Of the 4 people that Changlu found, Changlu, his wife, and the demon ancestor Lei Changtian, naturally didn't have to worry about the so-called inner demons. They were purely family. However, Baiyun Fairy and Baiyun Duo were still not completely at ease. Because such a perfect breakthrough, even Baiyun Duo, who had reached the Heavenly King stage, might be jealous. However, they couldn't find a more suitable 4th person at the moment. The Flood Witch's state of mind cultivation was naturally competent. However, if they had to call the flood over for today's matter, it was too a little inexcusable. Well, Changlu also didn't expect the situation to change like this. In the end, he still underestimated the extent of the trouble that Duo caused. He actually caused such a huge karma and the heavenly tribulation of the 9 clans. He really didn't expect it. Suddenly, the 10 whirlpools of clouds in the sky pressed down from a height of 10,000 meters. The heavenly tribulation was pressing down, and death was imminent. This sense of déjà vu made Yen, the 5th protector, turn pale all of a sudden. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be about 1,000 meters away from Duo. Well, to put it more accurately, it was 999 meters, at the moment when the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly pressed down. Or it should be said that at the moment when Changlu suddenly flew here with Duo, under the Death Soul Cliff. The huge demonic beast flashed half of its head out of the cave with a face full of panic. Its 2 big eyes were full of panic and indescribable grievance and depression. Is that so? Mom. How did this thing get on top of my head? Isn't this like a beast sitting at home, and disaster comes from the sky? The monster was extremely depressed. It was almost going crazy. How could it be like this? Just now, when it sensed that there was such a huge heavenly tribulation far away, the demonic beast had been gloating in its heart and almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, let's see who can survive such a ferocious heavenly tribulation. Hee hee hee. It's a pity that I can't go and watch the show. It's really a pity. Who would have thought that before he could gloat over his misfortune, this heavenly tribulation would actually appear above his head as if it had grown legs? I haven't left this place for hundreds of thousands of years. Can't you have some conscience? All these years, I haven't even heard an earthworm. Why is that? Since ancient times, ever since I was born, I have been known as the god of disaster. Wherever I go, there will be disasters, that I'm the true star of misfortune. But what was going on today? Whose luck was so strong? She had actually become my unlucky star. If you want to transcend the tribulation, can't you find somewhere else? A better place? Do you have to transcend the tribulation on my head? Are you crazy? Feeling the vast heavenly might crashing down on it, the demonic beast began to cry. Spare my life. Please don't get me involved. Slowly, slowly. Using the slowest speed possible, it slowly retracted its head, retracted all of its aura, and retracted all of its divine sense. Don't notice me. Please don't notice me. It prayed continuously in its heart. It was so scared that saliva flowed out of its mouth, continuously dripping down, washing the tattered person beside it that it couldn't be blamed for being a coward. The main reason was that the place where Zhuo Duo was transcending the tribulation was right above its head. As long as the heavenly Tao discovered its existence, it would immediately regard it as the existence that destroyed the tribulation. At that time, the tribulation would immediately increase its strength. Zhuo Duo, who was transcending the tribulation above, would definitely not be lucky, and this fellow below would definitely not be spared either. Even if Zhuo Duo was struck into ashes, the tribulation would definitely not stop. Instead, it would not stop until this fellow was also struck into ashes. What kind of monster is transcending the tribulation? Even the tribulation of becoming a sage since ancient times does not have such 9 heavenly Tao and 10 complete lightning tribulations. What the fuck? The monster was so scared that its heart was about to spasm. I'm so wronged. I'm so wronged. At this moment, Zhuo Duo only felt that the spiritual energy that he had just restrained and suppressed had once again erupted. It flowed along his meridians at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already completed 99 cycles. Then, it brazenly charged towards the sky barrier. Zhuo Duo's thoughts flashed. He quickly put on the waistcoat made from the skin of a heavenly king-level demon beast, then put on his jacket, coat, leather shoes, helmet, and stretched his legs to stretch his arms and legs. Then, he directly stuffed a whole bottle of elixirs that Wu Yuding gave him directly into his mouth. Only then did he have time to look up at the clouds in the sky that seemed to be within reach. Suddenly, an extremely curious and great sense of accomplishment arose in his heart. This is my first time transcending the tribulation, but such a big scene. Doesn't this prove my great achievement? This is really too awesome. I, Zhuo Duo, am the awesome class. No one before and no one after, I, Zhuo Duo. Master Zhua. Iron Fist Prince. Crystal Cat, Zhuo Duo. Roar. Only 2 words can describe me. Awesome. Thinking of his physiognomy, his parents didn't have any intention of losing their child in their middle age. Hehe, my manifestation technique has never failed. This time will be no exception. It will definitely be safe. With this thought in mind, he became even more complacent and proud of himself. He actually struck a flirtatious pose and hooked his finger at the 10 vortexes in the sky. He shook his buttocks and shouted, "Come and chop me, come and chop me. Don't provoke me." When Wu Yuding saw this scene, black lines immediately appeared on her forehead. This bastard actually dared to provoke the heavens at such a time. You're already dangerous enough, do you know that? Why did if this guy wasn't transcending the tribulation, Wu Yuding would definitely rush over and beat him up, or even 10 or 100 times. Even if you want to die, you don't have to do this. Do you know? In the sky, following Zhuo Duo's clamor, the vortex cloud cluster in the middle suddenly stopped spinning. Then, a thin, blazing white lightning struck down directly. Facing the imminent tribulation, Zhuo Duo's expression was calm and at ease. He didn't move, and the raging fire which helmet on his head had automatically withstood this tribulation lightning. This helmet, which originated from the raging fire which, was not only unique in texture, but also most compatible with Zhuo Duo. Although the initial lightning tribulation seemed to be powerful, it was still the beginning of the lightning tribulation, and its power was limited. If it took a lot of effort to deal with this lightning tribulation, or even a lot of energy, then there was no need to transcend the following lightning tribulations, and he could just wait for death. With the help of the raging fire witch helmet, he resisted the power of the initial lightning tribulation, and the powerful aftermath of the power spread in all directions. However, Zhou Xiaoduo felt an inexplicable force rushing into his body, and integrated with the primordial fire vital spirit all over his body. This force did not belong to him, nor was it the feedback force of the raging fire witch helmet. It was a feeling that was very weak, but very clear, and contained a unique feeling of Taoist connotation that at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo felt the blissful benefits of being a second-generation top-notch cultivator. Under the protection of the Great Inferno Witch's helmet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of vibration, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of injury. It was simply, completely receiving the benefits. This was the correct way to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Comfortable. 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 If so, let the benefits come more fiercely. Let the heavenly tribulation come more fiercely. The heavenly tribulation is nothing more than this. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed wildly, laughing like a fool, very arrogant. Don't provoke me. Zhou Chonglu followed in the footsteps of Wu Yuding, and he was also speechless. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. Under the eyes of the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Xiaoduo was majestic and fearless. He laughed and stood at the highest point of the mountain, motionless, with his clothes fluttering, waiting for the heavenly tribulation to come. This was the first time in Zhou Xiaoduo's life to experience the heavenly tribulation. With the support of countless resources and materials, in his view, the heavenly tribulation was nothing to be afraid of at all. It was just a simple gift of benefits. This would be the first time in his life as a top second-generation cultivator to win without doing anything. As a result, he couldn't wait for the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Then, one after another, the tribulation thunder fell from the different eyes of the heavenly tribulation and fell on Zhou Xiaoduo's body and head. Zhou Xiaoduo was in an extremely arrogant posture, motionless, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant. While, in his bones, he was carefully chewing the weak but clear special Taoist connotation. When to do something, Zhou Xiaoduo still had a deep understanding of it. Lei Changtian yelled in the distance, "Kid, why don't you hide? At least show some respect to the heavens." Before his voice died away, the first round of tribulation thunder had passed. However, the end of the initial tribulation meant that the more intense second tribulation was coming. The tribulation eye in the middle suddenly lit up, and a tribulation thunder as thick as a bucket fell with a boom. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened at the sight. Damn, the second tribulation is already so fierce. Shouldn't it come step by step? Is there a way out for us? According to Zhou Chonglu and his wife's estimation, a tribulation thunder of this level should at least be at the fourth or fifth tribulation. But now, it was actually at the second tribulation. Damn it. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel more worried. Zhou Xiaoduo's heavenly tribulation was different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary people only needed to go through one tribulation to cross the limit between man and heaven and reach the sky-soar realm. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's perfect breakthrough required him to go through 10 lightning tribulations. Comparing the two, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Not to mention other things, just the last tribulation thunder of destruction was enough for ordinary people to survive one wave. However, Zhou Xiaoduo still needed to survive 9 waves of tribulation thunder of destruction, and each wave was more violent than the previous one. Just thinking about it made Wu Yuding feel a little suffocated. My duo dog. Why is this kid so pitiful? The most pitiful thing is, this bastard still doesn't know anything. His momentary complacency led to his arrogance and provocation. You'll never know what you're provoking. When you know, you'll regret it very much. Son. You reckless little dog, I really want to rush up and beat you up. Chapter 1181. Rumble. The tribulation lightning struck once again. Xiao Duo held his head high and puffed out his chest, proudly welcoming it, just like before. But this time, with a loud explosion, Xiao Duo felt as if his head was hit by 1,000-soul nightmare hammer. A sense of dizziness rose from the depths of his soul, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The powerful force penetrated the top of his head and rushed all the way down. Crack! Under his feet, the pair of boots made of Heavenly King-level demon beast skin had been torn apart. And above his head, the raging fire witch helmet that had withstood the initial tribulation with its own strength and was completely undamaged was now charred black. If the helmet had a spirit, it would have been cursing at this moment. I'm awesome and my defense is strong, but I can't just stand there and be beaten up like this. This is a fucking heavenly tribulation. Since ancient times, I've never seen anyone provoke a heavenly tribulation. Today is really an eye-opener. This sentence is suitable for anyone, including Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding. Fuck. Xiao Duo saw that the situation was not right, and he began to feel a little scared. This development is a little wrong. On the way here, Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding patiently explained the severity of this heavenly tribulation to him again and again. Unfortunately, although Xiao Duo was more alert, he still didn't pay enough attention to it, especially when the raging fire witch helmet performed so well during the initial tribulation. But this tribulation lightning made him sober up a lot. This is still different from my expectation of winning by lying down. It seems that I can't just stand there and be struck, I have to do something else. Xiaoduo's thoughts turned, and the 99-cat hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. How dare you strike me, heavenly tribulation, I'll fight it out with you. Xiaoduo's thinking was different from dodging. He was prepared to fight it head-on. He felt that he could win. Many years later, I'll hug Nian Nian and give birth to a group of milky babies and brag, back then, your father was also someone who resisted the heavenly tribulation head-on. He had even thought about his tone and posture when the time came. Imagining the adoring gazes of the children, he seemed to hear tender calls in his ears. Children, Papa is so powerful. Xiao Duo felt like he was floating in the air. Rumble. The next heavenly tribulation lightning descended from the heavens, its might even greater than before. Go away. Xiao Duo was full of vigor. He pointed his hammer at the sky and used the most elegant posture to fiercely attack. Boom! Lei Changtian covered his eyes with one hand, his heart filled with emotions. I've never bowed down to anyone except for Zhua. But today, there's a second one. But I never thought that the second one would be Zhua's son. He really had guts. Ever since there were cultivators in the world, no one had ever dared to go against the tribulation lightning. He had always dodged and dodged. Only when he could no longer dodge would he bear the brunt of it. Speaking of taking out a weapon to confront the heavenly tribulation head-on, this was truly unprecedented. This fellow in front of him was truly the first person to create a new world. You really aren't afraid of anything. Zhua Chonglu and the other four watched as Xiao Duo raised his two hammers and collided with the tribulation lightning in a fearless manner. Suddenly, the entire night sky seemed to have been set off by an enormous firework. Endless overflowing electric light rushed in all directions like an explosion in the starry sky. Xiaoduo's counterattack had actually gained the upper hand. When he felt the itchy feeling again, the clear Taoist connotation from before flowed into his body again. It was extremely comfortable. Xiao Duo succeeded in his attack and continued to point his hammer at the sky, assuming an invincible posture. He was really handsome and elegant. He laughed loudly and said, "Awesome. Again. Again. I've found another way to deal with the heavenly tribulation. So awesome." Jiu Mao, who had just been baptized by the tribulation lightning, shot out electric light from her right hammer. Another electric light came crashing down. She raised the hammer in her left hand and smashed it down again. Then, the left hammer also shot out electric light in all directions. It was extremely gorgeous. Bolts of tribulation lightning fell one after another. Xiaoduo was getting more and more excited. He let out a long howl and flew into the air to intercept the tribulation lightning. He hammered left, hammered right, and hammered once more. Boom, boom, boom. The entire night sky was like someone was constantly setting off magnificent fireworks. Furthermore, the fireworks were tens of thousands of times bigger than the usual fireworks. Looking at Xiaoduo, who was busy and excited, Lei Changtian was speechless. Kid, you're just doing it. Do you really think that? The heavenly Tao has no feelings, and won't get angry. You're wrong, little dog. You're so wrong. The tribulation lightning is just playing with you step by step. If it really wants to kill you, you'll be reduced to ashes with one strike of the divine thunder of annihilation. Look at how lively and cute you are dancing. The second wave of tribulation lightning had finished with 10 strikes of tribulation lightning. Xiaoduo was still unscathed. He even felt that his body was more solid than before. The real essence in his body was more condensed and vigorous. Traces of impurities that even the 9 heavens' spiritual spring water couldn't expel were being forced out of his skin under the constant baptism of the tribulation lightning. The real essence in his body continued to rumble. There was endless spiritual chi between heaven and earth flowing into his meridians. The real chi was so abundant that it was about to explode. If he didn't find a way to vent it out, he might really explode because he couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, the tribulation lightning fell one after another, providing Xiaoduo with a channel to vent it out. Under the gaze of Zhuo Changlu and the others, the third wave of tribulation lightning came as expected. It fell like an avalanche. This wave of tribulation lightning was still as thick as a bucket, no different from the second wave of tribulation lightning. However, Zhuo Changlu and the others had good eyesight, so how could they not see the difference? Inside the tribulation lightning, it was clear that its strength had increased. The flickering light inside showed that its strength had increased by at least twofold. Xiaoduo was still holding the 9-9 kitty hammer in his hand. He continued to jump up and down, fighting heroically against the tribulation lightning. In the flickering lightning, a man with 2 hammers was fighting against the heavens. What a heroic spirit! Damn! Little doggy is so cool. After the initial nervousness and the previous wave of tribulation lightning with 2 hammers, Xiaoyan was relieved. At this moment, her eyes were flashing red, and her hands were clasped in front of her heart. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was enchanted. I love him so much. The man of my dreams, my man, dares to fight against the heavens, and he's not at a disadvantage at all. He's so handsome. For a moment, Xiaoyan felt very safe. She didn't have to worry about the heavens and earth. At this moment, Xiaoduo's handsome hammer smashed another tribulation lightning. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, that handsome figure, that handsome posture. So handsome. Xiaoyan's eyes twinkled. Hee hee. Wu Yuding glanced at her daughter from the corner of her eyes. Handsome. Then take a closer look. This little doggy is courting death. How long can he be handsome for? Anyway, as his mother, I really don't think he's going to succeed. But I can rest assured that the perfect tribulation lightning should be gone because of this little doggy's courting death. But his life wouldn't be in any danger. After all, the heavenly Tao array was waiting for him here. He couldn't die. Sigh, this is considered a success. We were too greedy in the first place. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect tribulation. They were thinking too much. Moreover, even if it was a perfect tribulation lightning, after this little doggie's provocation, it probably wouldn't be perfect anymore. Even a clay figurine would be uncouth, let alone the heavenly Tao that controlled all things. The heavenly Tao had always been good at dealing with all kinds of things. At the bottom of the broken soul cliff, the monster was trembling all over. Originally, in the three continents of the witchcraft Tao and the astral souls, there were very few things that could make him afraid. However, due to his understanding of the tribulation lightning and his innate fear, the fear in his heart soared to the extreme. The fact that a heavenly tribulation had come from above was already frightening enough. What was even more unexpected was that it was a 10 heavenly tribulation. If it was just a 10 heavenly tribulation, it would be fine. As the person who was going through the tribulation lightning, he should be fine and obediently go through the tribulation lightning. Even if it was just a 10 heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't be good. However, who would have thought that the person who was going through the tribulation lightning was actually a lunatic? Damn it. Spare me, I really can't take it anymore. I haven't been struck to death by the tribulation lightning, but I'm going to be scared to death by the lunatic above. Fighting against the tribulation lightning. He's actually going against the tribulation lightning head-on. Can you be any more courting death? I've had enough. After hiding for so many years, I actually met such a lunatic. Honorable Tao ancestor above, I really didn't do it on purpose. Please understand. Please, you must be clear about this. I've been sleeping here all this while. I was just sleeping, and this fellow took the initiative to go through the tribulation lightning on my bed. Woo-woo. It's really not my fault. I'm really innocent. I know I shouldn't be trembling. But I can't stop. Spare me. I'll be more honest in the future. I'll sleep here in the future, and I promise I won't snore anymore. Please believe me. Sua Xiao Duo was able to control the tribulation lightning as if it was his own arm. In addition, he had survived the third round of tribulation lightning. His posture was still as cool as ever, and his attitude was still as calm as ever. The tribulation lightning is a kind of baptism, to some extent. If I can get through it, there will be endless benefits. Sua Xiao Duo did not know about other things, but the endless benefits. Sua Xiao Duo had already felt it. As expected, the tribulation lightning was a gift from the heavens. That's great. This feeling makes me want to stop. Sua Xiao Duo stood upright with 2 hammers in his hands. He looked up at the sky and roared, full of vigor. I, Sua Xiao Duo, have given up on the mortal world, fame, and dust, and walked millions of miles of clouds and moon. Finally, I've reached this moment. One more step, and I'll become a saint. Don't be idle, your young years are white and you're sad. Tribulation lightning, don't be idle, don't wait. Come quickly. The 4th round of tribulation lightning, come quickly. Masters was big hammers are thirsty for it. When other people went through the tribulation lightning, they would say that they had survived the 3rd tribulation lightning. However, Sua Xiao Duo. Which round was he in? Round. When placed here, this word could be said to have an exceptional spirituality and smoothness. Chapter 1182. Rumble, Kacha. The anticipated 4th round of lightning tribulation came as scheduled. From the 4th round onwards, Sua Xiao Duo felt the pressure for the first time. The lightning tribulation still looked as thick as before, but the color inside was getting darker. The colorful light inside was getting brighter and brighter, more and more flickering. Through the confrontation perception, the power of each lightning tribulation was more than 10 times stronger than the previous 3 rounds. Sui Xiao Duo still held the cat hammer in his hand to confront it head-on. Every lightning tribulation was a tough collision, just like before. But Sui Xiao Duo clearly felt that. He was afraid that he could not hold on for long. Obviously, the huge spiritual power from the outside world was still pouring into his body, but every time he resisted the lightning tribulation, it consumed an unusually large amount of spiritual power. The spiritual power in his body, which was originally full of vitality, was being consumed at such a high intensity, and gradually showed signs of being unable to continue. Sui Xiao Duo wanted to use the 3 elixirs under his tongue and the elixir that he had already swallowed and wrapped in spiritual power. But now, it was not the time yet. It was not the most dangerous time yet, so he could not use it. That was a trump card. At this moment, Sui Xiao Duo could not help but reflect. What he was doing now. Was it a little too big? However, looking at the protection on his body, he immediately felt relieved. The protection was basically complete. Except for a pair of boots that had been torn apart, the rest could still hold up. Especially the helmet of the Great Fire, which, its compatibility was really unusually compatible with himself. After being infused with his primordial fire real chi, it became even more solid. In this way, he still had a lot of confidence, but he did not know if he could resist the remaining lightning tribulations. Sui Xiao Duo did not have a hard time dealing with the 4th round of lightning tribulation. The 5th round of lightning tribulation was not much stronger than the 4th round. It was a little difficult to deal with it, but the consumption of spiritual power was more severe. However, in the 6th round, the intensity was twice as high as the 5th round. Sui Xiao Duo spent a lot of energy to get through the 6th round. He felt that if the intensity continued to increase, he would be able to get through the 6th round unscathed. Although it consumed a lot of energy, the baptism of the several rounds of tribulation thunder allowed him to experience the comprehension of the Taoist connotation one after another, which made great progress in his cultivation realm. With his equipment, combined with his own strength, and the little guys who had yet to assist him, he really didn't feel much pressure. So, what's the big deal? Thinking of this, Sui Xiao Duo could not help but feel smug. Ha ha ha. That's all there is to it. After 6 rounds, Sui Xiao Duo looked up to the sky and laughed. After the 6th round of tribulation lightning, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. The 10 tribulation eyes rotated slowly, but no new tribulation lightning fell. Seeing this, Sui Xiao Duo felt even more relieved. He thought to himself, is it over? Didn't they say there would be 9 rounds? Sui Chonglu's sound transmission came in time. Special types of heavenly tribulations usually progress in 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds of tribulation thunder are not very different from each other. Almost all cultivators can withstand it and use it to strengthen their bodies. The middle 3 rounds are to strengthen their bones. If you can get through it, you will benefit a lot. However, the last 3 rounds, starting from the 7th, are all thunder of annihilation. If you are not careful, not only will your body be destroyed, but your divine soul will also be destroyed, and you will be doomed eternally. You can't be careless. You have to be more careful. Use all your defenses. Take out all the heavenly treasures that can be used. Put them in your Godfather's ring. After the 8th round, use all the things that can be used and eat all the things that can be eaten. Because in the 9th round of heavenly tribulations, you won't have a chance to open the space ring. Even if you hide in the Tower of Annihilation, the power of the tribulation lightning will increase by 1,000 times and destroy the tower directly. There is no way to escape. You have to face it head-on. Hiss. Hearing this, Sui Xiao Duo shuddered and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the eye of tribulation in the sky stopped rotating. It was obvious that the 7th round of tribulation thunder was coming. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden flash of light. A bolt of tribulation thunder broke through the sky. It was a new accumulation of tribulation thunder from before. It was brightly colored with white light and there was a trace of purple gas lingering in it. The purple light wandered on top of the tribulation thunder, and then it came crashing down. This tribulation thunder was as thick as a water tank. It was like a big stick that reached the sky and the earth, and it came crashing down fiercely. Not only was this sudden, but it was also much faster than before. It was so fast that Shuoduo didn't have time to swing his hammer. He only had time to raise it, and the tribulation thunder hit the 9-9 kitty hammer. Boom! The whole earth trembled because of this hit. Shuoduo felt dizzy. An unprecedentedly strong force came crashing down on him. His whole body was like a piling, and he was directly wedged into the hard stone layer by more than 10 meters. A hammer smashing a nail. And Shuoduo was that nail. The 9-9 kitty hammer. It was the nail's hat. Shuoduo remembered Suo Chonglu's words. He didn't dare to be careless. As soon as the force disappeared, he jumped out of the big hole, opened his mouth, and spat out a long line of black smoke. Damn! Shuoduo was a little scared. That hit just now was basically all of his strength. But now, this was only the 7th round that he tried to circulate the spiritual energy in his body, but he still didn't swallow the 3 pills in his mouth. He also didn't unwrap the one wrapped in spiritual energy in his stomach. He couldn't refine it easily. This was his trump card, a trump card to turn the tables. At least for now, he couldn't use it. If he was forced to use it now, it would be over. Another white and purple bolt of tribulation lightning fell with a loud rumble. Shuoduo was once again wedged more than 10 meters into the ground. After the 7th round of 10 tribulation thunder, Shuoduo's whole body was in tatters. His coat had been blown away, leaving only a pair of shorts and a vest on his upper body. The Inferno Witch's helmet was the worst. It was completely turned into ashes and fell on Shuoduo's head. From head to toe, there was black smoke steaming everywhere. He breathed through his nostrils and opened his mouth to exhale. What came out was also black. Tut 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 that it felt like a tractor burning its tank. It's about to be the 8th round. Wu Yuding, Suo Chonglu, and the other 2 suppressed all the space around them with their huge divine senses. And it was the kind of suppression that suppressed even the space. So much so that before the surging evil thoughts could reach them, they were directly crushed between heaven and earth by the 4 of them, not leaving a single drop behind. At the right time, a rainbow fell from the sky. It came extremely fast, leaving a trail of dazzling light wherever it passed. The reason why it was called a rainbow was because this lightning actually contained extremely clear 9 colors. It included red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, and black colors. This was 9 tribulation thunder. 9 different heavenly Tao mixed together to form a different kind of tribulation thunder. Cough, not the 9th round. This tribulation thunder's volume was visible to the naked eye, reaching up to 5 meters in diameter. At this moment it was as if a solid pillar suddenly fell from the heavens, smashing down on Shuoduo's head with the force of a mountain. Yes, it was smashed. Yes, or should it be smashed? There was a poem about this situation. Just as Buddha turned his hand, the monkey was pressed down on the 5 elements mountain. There was no need to ask about the cause and effect, it was only because he was too arrogant at that time. Shuoduo only had time to let out a "good boy" sound. The moment the strength flowed into his arms, he forcefully raised the hammers in both hands, resisting the huge tribulation thunder with one hand in front and one behind. With a loud explosion, the tribulation thunder had already smashed on the right hammer of the 9-9 cat hammer. The hammer in the right hand seemed to have no resistance at all, and it was pressed down in the opposite direction. Immediately, it smashed on the hammer in the left hand, making an earth-shattering sound. Then, the two hammers on the left and right turned upside down, smashing down on Swishaoduo's head. Swishaoduo's reaction was lightning fast. He retracted his head in time and didn't get hit on the head by the two hammers. However, he still couldn't avoid being hit by the two hammers on both sides of his shoulders. Burp. Swishaoduo felt that his whole body was about to explode. The Vajra iron bones were also forcefully pressed into the mountain rocks by the boundless might of the tribulation lightning. An inexplicable aura suddenly surged into his internal organs that it was colorful and filled with all kinds of destructive power. In short, it was a mixed feeling. All of Swishaoduo's internal organs were swollen from the wind. In an instant, the remaining Heavenly King-level demonic beast fur on his body was all turned into ashes by this tribulation thunder. Swishaoduo was completely naked from head to toe, not a single hair was left. Clean and slippery. Yes, it was clean and slippery all over, which was even more unsightly. However, the substantial 9-colored tribulation thunder above his head hadn't completely disappeared yet. It was still smashing down with a ton, ton, ton sound. It was like a person who had been holding it in for a long time and finally found a chance to vent hysterically. It was desperately smashing down, full of a certain kind of pleasure. I smash. I smash. I smash, smash, smash. In the distance, Sui Changlu and the other 4 people who were watching this scene watched the tribulation thunder fall from the sky with a blank expression. 7 colors, solemn and inviolable, it smashed down just like that. There was only a clear and melodious sound that spread in all directions. Swishaoduo was like a red-hot nail being slammed into frozen white oil. He disappeared with a whoosh. That tribulation thunder didn't stop. It was like a substantial giant hammer, smashing down on the mountain top with a loud bang. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, shining with 9 colors. Then something even more unbelievable and unimaginable happened. This tribulation thunder was like a pile driver that had found a place to vent. Pulled up, boom. Fell down. Pulled up, boom. Fell down. Pulled up again. Boom. It was like there was an ancient immortal god in the sky, holding a huge colorful hammer, smashing down in extreme anger, gnashing his teeth as he smashed. As the tribulation thunder continued to smash down as if venting its anger, Sui Changlu, Wu Yuding, Lei Changtian, Bai Yunduo, Sui Xiaonian. The 5 of them were in a daze. Their eyebrows were twitching wildly, the muscles at the corners of their eyes were twitching, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. How was this tribulation thunder? This was simply venting its anger. How did we offend you? As for this. They could even feel a clear sense of resentment, and that was, who asked you to be cheap? Who asked you to be cheap? Who asked you to be cheap? Chapter 1183. Boom boom boom. The 9-colored tribulation lightning smashed down 36 times in a frenzied and hysterical manner, smashing Swishaoduo down 600 meters from where he was standing on the ground. Moreover, there were no cracks on the surrounding rocks. Finally, its power was exhausted, and it disappeared with a puff. Xiaoduo. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Wu Yuding called out worriedly. Before she could finish her sentence, a completely charred, naked thing rushed out from the huge crater created by the tribulation lightning. This thing's entire body was filled with the smell of being barbecued. Streaks of 9-colored light flickered on his body, slithering around like spirit snakes. She was a pregnant woman who was at least 10 months pregnant, and her belly was as big as triplets. Puff. Zhou Xiaoduo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth and spat out a colorful aura. Well, there were also burnt ashes mixed in. As he spat out this breath. A certain charcoal's 2 nostrils, 2 ears, 2 eyes. All of them spewed out rainbow aura. After that, his lower body couldn't help but let out a loud cry. The front part of his body spewed out rainbow aura like a long dragon, and the back part, he stuck out his but. A very thick rainbow aura spewed out from his indescribable part. Because the 9 orifices on his body continuously spewed out rainbow aura at the same time, the subject naturally and unnaturally assumed a strange posture of sticking out his chest and sticking out his butt. For a long time, he kept puffing out rainbow aura. The rainbow aura that he spewed out condensed and rushed out for dozens of meters. Oh my God! Wu Yuting turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. Bai Yunduo also turned her back with an embarrassed expression that she couldn't bear to watch. She really couldn't bear to watch. Wu Yuting looked to her side with a twisted face, only to see Zhou Xiaoyan blushing. She covered her eyes with her hands shyly, but her fingers were spread open, and her 2 rolling eyeballs stared unblinkingly. Slap. Wu Yuting covered Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes with one hand. Stop looking. Do you want to wash your eyes? On the other side. Lei Changtian and Zhou Changlu each had a mobile phone in their hands. They used their magical powers to bring the situation before their eyes. Obviously, they were recording this moment of the century. This was an extremely precious video. On the screen, Zhou Xiaoduo was stretching his neck, tilting his head, puffing out his chest, and sticking his butt up high. His eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and lower body were constantly spewing out rainbows. Zhou Xiaoduo's body was almost stiff, and it couldn't move at all. All it could do was continue to spray. As the 7-colored smoke continued to spurt out, the extraordinarily large belly finally began to shrink, and the bulging muscles all over its body also gradually disappeared. If this gets out, this guy will definitely become the most popular person in society. A large-scale social death scene. Lei Changtian was enraptured as he watched. It's really a marvelous spectacle. I'm in awe. You can clearly see the rainbows coming out of his fart. And the billowing smoke is endless. TSK TSK. TSK TSK TSK. Lei Changtian rubbed his head and deeply felt that the video he had saved was really too rare. That scene was really too beautiful, too beautiful, too beautiful. If this was made into a movie and shown on the big screen, the box office would directly explode. This is an unprecedented super creative idea. Perhaps some people have thought of it before, but no one has ever put it into action. Just this scene alone would make this movie worth it. Lei Changtian suddenly had this idea, but he turned to look at his daughter and wisely dismissed this idea. Keep it for yourself. If you have nothing to do, take it out and observe it. Although the temptation was great and it was a scene of the century, compared to his daughter's death chase, it was still slightly inferior. His life was still more precious. Tens of thousands of meters below the cliff, the monster was curled up motionlessly and slightly trembling. Oh God, oh Earth, what did this guy do up there? What did he do to make the heavenly tribulation do such a thing to him? This is really an eye-opener. I've only heard of the heavenly tribulation striking people, but I've never heard of the heavenly tribulation beating people up. The power is all contained in it, just to last a moment longer, to be able to continuously beat people up. Just do it, just do it. What an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. Zhou Changlu was focused on the video, staring at Zhou Xiaoduo's but that was still freely blowing out smoke. He was happy and worried at the same time. This 8th tribulation, for a cultivator, is to refine the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, blood vessels, and meridians. The golden crystal lotus, sky heart flower, sun moon fruit that I prepared before. Although they didn't have a protective effect, they still played a considerable role in depleting energy. There's hope that I can make it through. But looking at the current situation, Duo has already reached his limit. The upcoming 9th tribulation is much more powerful than the 8th. How can he make it through? The 9th tribulation is aimed at the divine sense, spirit, and soul. It's most likely that the divine sense and soul will be destroyed. If something goes wrong, the divine sense and soul will be destroyed. The 99 cat hammer is in the state of being refined by the heavenly tribulation for the second time. It's difficult to use it. How can Duo make it through the 9th tribulation? The more Swa Changlu thought about it, the more worried he became. The video of the century lasted for more than a minute. Only then did Swa Xiaoduo fully release the power of the rainbow in his body. Cough. He maintained the same posture throughout the whole process. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't move. He just kept releasing the rainbow. Halfway through the process, the power was slightly reduced. His eyes, nose, and ears were no longer released. Only his mouth and the front and back of his lower body were released. After all, these two orifices were usually better at this kind of thing. Swa Xiaoduo's body was stiff. Even he himself felt that his current state was too shameful. Right now, I don't even have a single strand of hair on my body, let alone clothes. It was too shameful. So many people were looking at me. Fortunately, they weren't outsiders. There was no need to mention his mother, father, and grandfather. They were his elders, so it was fine that they had seen him. Mom and Dad had seen me naked long ago. Although they didn't spend much time with Grandpa, they might take a bath together in the future. It was an advance payment. He didn't have to worry about sister-in-law. She had already left. The most annoying one was Nian Nian. Did you think that your husband didn't see you peeping? But forget it. After all, she was his future wife. It was okay if she saw me naked. When the power of the rainbow was completely released from his body, he finally regained his ability to move. He felt the surging spiritual power in his body again, and his internal organs were strengthened a little. Swa Xiaoduo immediately jumped up. He wanted to cover himself. Even if his whole body was black, he was still naked. It was necessary. Although it's a good thing, it's still a little embarrassing. Swa Xiaoduo quickly wanted to grab something. At least, it could cover the front and back of his lower body. But at this moment, the 9-colored light in the sky flashed again. Boom. The second lightning tribulation fell from the sky without mercy. I changed. I won't dare. I won't dare to be arrogant anymore. Swa Xiaoduo screamed miserably. His words were full of sincerity. This was sincere repentance. If he was given another chance, he wouldn't dare to provoke the heavens like this even if he was beaten to death. Before he was struck, he would definitely kowtow a few times. But at this point, why would the heavenly tribulation listen to him? It was such a tasteless bootlicking. Boom. Crash. Swa Xiaoduo was knocked down again. Then, the next lightning tribulation was the same as before. Get up and crash down. Get up. Crash down. Get up. Crash down. Like a pile driver, it kept going up and down, crashing down, crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Streams of multicolored gas passed through the top of his head and entered his body continuously. Boom boom boom. The frequency of the crashing this time was obviously much faster than before. Swa Xiaoduo felt that he had really become a dummy. Yes, a dummy that was crashing down. Swa Xiaoduo was slammed straight down. His body was getting smaller and smaller, and his stomach was getting bigger and bigger. His muscles were once again filled with rainbow energy. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was a long time later. With another boom, the second lightning tribulation ended. The last crash was very light compared to the previous one. It was almost like a bump. But poor Xiao Duo was now like a large balloon. His stomach was bulging, and it was more than 1 meter in diameter. He looked like a huge pufferfish. After being hit like this. Suddenly, he bounced up. There was too much rainbow energy in his stomach. So he floated up from the ground. He rushed out of the ground and didn't stop. He floated up and floated up into the sky. Duo, who was already in a daze, opened his mouth subconsciously. Then, he stretched his neck, stuck out his chest, and stuck out his butt. Waves of rainbow aura erupted once again. A large-scale social death scene was staged again. Because he was in mid-air, his body maintained this stiff posture. Zhou Changlu nodded and didn't say anything else. In fact, he and Wu Yuding knew very well that this was impossible. What kind of existence was the heavenly tribulation? How could there be such a thing as showing mercy? Right now, the husband and wife no longer held out any hope for Zhou Xiaoduo's so-called perfect heavenly tribulation. They only hoped that the heavenly Tao would allow him to pass through this situation, or even, as long as he could survive, it would be fine. What do you think is the probability of Duo surviving the heavenly tribulation? Wu Yuding was still worried. 90%. Zhou Changlu said very calmly. His voice was firm. His expression was calm. This sentence, these 2 words, were like a powerful reassuring pill. Wu Yuding immediately felt relieved. Her husband would never be too sure of his words. Generally, when he said 80%, it basically meant 100% certainty. As for 90%, it was even more foolproof. There would be no so-called accidents. Zhou Changlu calmly continued to record, but in fact, he had already made preparations in case there was no other way. If the situation was really worrisome and Duo couldn't make it, he would use the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique and sacrifice one of the minister's doppelgangers in exchange for Duo. Although this would cause Zhou Xiaoduo's great Tao to be damaged, and he would never be able to reach the peak in his lifetime. It would even be difficult for him to take another step forward. At the same time, it would also cause his strength to drop by 1 level. But it was much better than having his soul scattered. Only by staying alive would there be a future to speak of. That was why he made this promise. Because he knew that if he didn't say this, Wu Yuding would definitely do it when the time came. And his wife's cultivation was much weaker than his own. So I'll do it when the time comes. Zhou Changlu thought calmly and looked at the heavenly tribulation with full confidence. As a husband, as a father, if I have to do this, then who else but me? In the sky. Bolts of tribulation lightning continued to strike down, one after another. Zhou Xiaoduo naturally maintained his naked state as he spun in circles in the sky and set off fireworks. The worst time was when his stomach was 3 times bigger than the most bloated period before. It was to the extent that he directly floated more than 800 meters in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the 10 tribulation eyes, he floated back and forth. This was too much. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was going to explode from anger. Most of the time, he was like a small jet filled with dye, flying back and forth under the clouds. Sometimes, his butt would spray rainbows as he rushed forward. After rushing to a certain distance, the front of his lower body would spray rainbows, and then he would retreat. And then halfway back, his mouth would start spraying rainbows as well. There was also a recoil, or perhaps a forward recoil. After 2 rounds, the only place left to spray was the buttocks. He flew as he sprayed rainbows. There was even a kind of feeling, buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, I'm a happy little bee. My ass. Duo could feel that all around him, there was resentment from the 9 great heavenly Tao. They were all looking at him gloatingly. Who asked you to be cheap? Kid, are you still cheap? Are you still smug? It's been so long, there hasn't been anything that dared to provoke the heavenly Tao in such a cheap way. Now, there's actually someone like you. Isn't it fun to play with you? Don't I care about my reputation? Duo felt this resentment very clearly and very clearly. It was within reach and close at hand. He didn't know if others could feel it when they were going through the tribulation, but he could clearly feel it. Although he could feel it, Duo didn't dare to let out a fart now. Cough. No, he was farting non-stop now. He was really bootlicking. And it was a continuous stream of bootlicking. In short, he didn't dare to show even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. He really knew. It turned out that the heavens really did have emotions. Mamma mia. This is too scary. You should have said that you had emotions earlier. You should have said that you had feelings earlier. How would I dare to provoke you? I would have definitely tried to please you and flatter you. Even if it was bootlicking, I wouldn't have hesitated. Yes, what I'm doing now is really bootlicking, but it's not the same as what I'm saying. He was getting closer and closer to the tribulation clouds. Countless thoughts began to surround Duo. Duo could clearly sense that several consciousnesses were even conversing with him. Are you going to be wild again? Why aren't you being wild anymore? Show me one more time. Provoke me. Can't you do it? Aren't you cheap? Where's your ability? Do you believe that I'll strike your penis so hard that it won't grow back forever? Tell me if you don't believe me. Little kid, I can't do anything to you. I'll fuck your ass until it blossoms and blossoms. I'll teach you a lesson. It's rare to see someone so cocky since the beginning of time. Don't be scared. You can continue to do this in the future. Today's show was very good. You can continue to do this in the future. Take it easy, you guys. I can't stand this cheap look. I can't stand it either. Me too. Me too. Cheap people will be punished by the heavens. Haven't you heard of this before? Duo trembled, but his stiff body couldn't do anything else. He couldn't even beg for mercy. He could only try his best to show an expression of begging for mercy in his eyes. However, those cowering little eyes, those pitiful little eyes, those innocent little eyes, those ignorant of the world. Pure, innocent, bright, ignorant, adorable. All kinds of expressions were vividly displayed in Duo's eyes. This guy is still acting. Does he really think that this little trick will work? Let's do it again. Duo now felt that he had been reduced to a toy. Yes, a toy of the heavenly axiom. However, on second thought, he could not help but feel smug and proud. Since ancient times, who could become a toy of the heavenly axiom? Could the heavenly axiom casually play with him? What a joke! That required great luck. Great courage. Great achievements. Could Li Chenglong do it? Could Long Yuxing do it? Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyin, and the others. A bunch of trash. Only I, Duo. Creation of the heavens and earth. Since the beginning of time. Unprecedented and unparalleled. I am proud. The heavenly axiom's consciousness was puzzled. This guy is actually arrogant. He's already like this. His butt is already blooming, and he can still be so smug. I really don't know where he got his arrogance from. Come, let's do it again. Let him show off. Let me think carefully, why is he so proud? Finally, it was the last one. The unprecedented 9-colored lightning tribulation struck a total of 99 times. Xiao Duo flew into the sky like a pig's urine bubble that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Chapter 1185. Xiao Duo dared to swear. Even his father, Changlu, wouldn't dare to play with such precision. If he had a little more qi, he would have exploded into fireworks. This level of control, this level of control, this level of precision. This wasn't a level that a human could grasp. In this state, his whole body swelled, and he could even see that every meridian in Xiao's body was flowing with 9-colored brilliance. Thus, a new round of unprecedented spewing began. This time, Xiao Duo once again heard the exchange of thoughts between them. The last round is controlled by you guys. Take it easy, don't kill him. In the future, when this guy has a breakthrough, we'll play again. That's right, that's right. This guy is really rare. Not bad, not bad. At least in my 30 million years. This is the first time I've met such a cheap guy. I've had a lot of fun today. That's right, that's right. I'm afraid it'll be hard to meet such an interesting cheap guy in the future. He has to stay, otherwise, where else can we play? Keep it, keep it. After a long while, Xiao Duo, whose but was still spewing rainbows, finally landed from the sky. It had to be said that the landing posture was very beautiful. It was magnificent, riding the wind, riding the clouds, and spewing rainbows. He was completely naked from head to toe, without a single strand of hair on his body. He was no different from a newborn baby. However, this baby had a strong body and had already matured. Moreover, he was extremely mature. Some parts that should have matured were even more mature. It was very enviable. The more one looked at the pirated version, the more envious they were. When Xiao Duo landed on the ground again, he had regained the ability to move. His first reaction was to quickly pull out a robe and put it on his body. Now, he had to quickly cover his naked butt. The legend of the Snow White under the moonlight couldn't continue anymore. But on second thought, he realized that this still wouldn't work. There would be another heavenly tribulation later, and it would definitely be more powerful than before. Thus, he took out another set of clothes and hurriedly put them on. His movements were so awkward and flustered that he looked like an adulterer who was in the middle of an affair and whose husband had suddenly returned. In the small amount of time that he had, he was going to move things around and wait for the final moment. Heavens! So the tribulation was actually such a frightening thing. Transcending the tribulation was truly the most dangerous, most terrifying, and most frightening thing. The heavenly Tao was indeed able to sense it, the heavens were indeed able to see that. You scared me to death, boo-hoo-hoo. In the future, I won't dare to act cheap anymore. I must turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf. In the face of the heavenly tribulation, I don't dare to say a word. Xiao Duo felt so wrong that tears were about to fall from his eyes. I just said something stupid. I didn't mean anything bad. Do you have to take it so seriously? Do you have to make fun of me so seriously? You are, after all, the masters of the heavenly Tao who have been in charge of the world for tens of thousands of years. Shouldn't you be aloof and reserved? Even if others offend you, shouldn't you just smile and be magnanimous? Was there a need to be so unforgiving? Using the rainbow energy to drive me into the air like a jet, you have the nerve to do that. Was this something that the great masters of the heavenly Tao could do? How dare he treat an obstruction as something interesting? This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Subconsciously, he took out the 9x9 kitty hammers. However, the moment the hammers were in his hands, he was violently electrocuted. He felt his entire body go limp and weak, unable to maintain it. Fuck, there was actually a portion of the power of the heavenly tribulation left on the 9x9 kitty hammers. Where Xiao Duo was stunned on the spot. Fuck, is this some kind of secret technique to seal my weapon? How am I going to transcend the tribulation like this? Aren't you acting shamelessly? Are you worthy of being the heavenly Tao if you can do something like this? What happened to the heavenly Tao being selfless and fair? How am I supposed to pick up my weapon and beat you up when it's electrified? Bai and Jiu suddenly appeared. In a flash of black and white light, they entered the 9x9 kitty hammers with great familiarity. However, they completely ignored the power of the heavenly tribulation lingering on the hammers. The next moment, the 9-colored light on the 9x9 kitty hammers suddenly disappeared. Then, they automatically floated up and fell back into Xiaoduo's hands. Xiaoduo weighed them in his hands and suddenly felt as if they were weightless. It was as if he was holding 2 papier-mâché hammers. However, Xiaoduo was well aware that the weight of the hammers was still there. In fact, they were much heavier than before. This was a rather strange and contradictory feeling that was unusually real. It came from the bottom of his heart. It was natural, but he couldn't figure out the source. It was a wonderful feeling. Good babies, I didn't dote on you two for nothing. Xiaoduo knew very well that this result was due to Bai and Jiu suppressing the power of the heavenly tribulation that was still lingering on the 9x9 kitty hammers. His 2 babies deserved great credit. Xiaoduo felt very comforted. With children, everything would be fine. In the depths of the 9x9 kitty hammers that he couldn't see, Bai and Jiu held hands and opened their mouths to swallow with all their might. They didn't have time to care about Xiaoduo's mother outside. That it wasn't easy to wait until the heavenly tribulation was at the end of its flight. However, there were still some nutrients in it that hadn't dissipated. It was the most ripe time. If they didn't swallow it now, when would they? This was the most delicious thing. The 2 babies ate with all their might. Their 2 little mouths swallowed like whales. There was only one thought left in their minds. Bai swallowed and poured energy into Jiu's body through their hands. Jiu swallowed and poured energy into Bai's body through their hands. As the 2 babies continued to pour energy into each other, the energy of yin and yang was gradually formed. During this period of time, the energy of the 3 souls and 7 spirits that the 2 babies had swallowed was broken down and transformed into the purest energy. It saved them a lot of time to destroy the remaining souls. The 2 babies held hands and swallowed like whales in the hammer. They were so excited that they shook their legs and ate heartily. The 2 of them didn't fight and entered the hammer from the beginning. Wasn't it all for this moment? What a delicious meal, how delightful. At this time, the 10 heavenly tribulation eyes in the sky started to spin again. They spun and finally disappeared one by one. Swa Changlu and his wife's expressions didn't improve at all. Instead, they looked very worried and their expressions were extremely ugly. The clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the colors were also colorful. It was extremely magnificent. In the end, all the colors blended into the other colors. The entire sky was like an extremely complex yet extremely magnificent color palette. In the center, there was a huge heavenly tribulation eye left alone. Yes, there was only one heavenly tribulation eye left. The colorful clouds on both sides were separated. The surroundings were like a black hole, deep and endless. The colorful clouds on both sides were rolling and circling in the sky. At this time, a golden dragon suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. The moment the dragon lowered its head, its huge dragon eyes shone brightly as it looked at Xiaoduo. Just one of its eyeballs seemed to be bigger than the mountain under its feet. On the other side, there was also a 7-colored phoenix. With a clear cry, it descended majestically. In an instant, the dragon soared and the phoenix danced in the sky. It was extremely magnificent and indescribable. This sudden turn of events caused everyone below to be dumbfounded. Gusts of fierce wind blew as the golden dragon circled and the colorful phoenix spread its wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the ground, dust and sand were flying everywhere. The wind on the ground had reached a level above level 9 in the blink of an eye. Countless people who were looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky couldn't even open their eyes. They hurriedly went home and closed their doors to avoid the sudden change in the weather. The higher the cultivation of people, the more they felt their souls trembling. They did not dare to move recklessly. From the moments where Xiao Duo started to transcend the tribulation, those with higher cultivation understood that this was a peerless genius transcending the heavenly tribulation. This guess was not difficult at all. The external traces were too obvious. Based on this knowledge, countless experts within a radius of 10,000 miles were all rushing over. After all, this was the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. It was quite rare. For those who had not broken through to the Skysoar realm, if they could observe it from a close distance, it would be a great reference for their future tribulation. It could be said to be a heaven-sent opportunity, an excellent opportunity. Even without observing it from a close distance, even if they were a few hundred miles away, they could feel the aura and aura. It could be said to be a great benefit. If they could receive blessings from the heavens at the moment when the person transcending the tribulation broke through, it would benefit them greatly and endlessly. In other words, the closer a cultivator was to the place of transcending the tribulation, the more benefits they would receive. Who would be willing to let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity that was close to being a freeloader? As they rushed over, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred rose in their hearts. That it was a pity that these people came to a place about 500 miles away and could not go any further. Zhuo Chonglu and the other three were guarding here. They had already set up an impenetrable barrier. With these 4 people working together, no matter who it was, they could forget about coming over. This matter was related to her son's lifelong achievement. How could she let those with evil intentions enter? Not to mention that Wu Yuding had a bad temper. Even if she had a good temper, she would absolutely not allow it. Not to mention people, even the surging evil thoughts were all directly destroyed by the divine sense. Especially now that they were at the critical moment of the last round, it was not as simple as Wu Yuding and the other guardians not letting them pass. At this moment, even the sky could not be seen. Those with low cultivation were still fine. Those who knew to go back home and sleep or lower their heads to not look at the sky and do other things. Naturally, nothing would happen. As for those who had higher cultivation and wanted to cause trouble, if they chose to resist, they would find that the foundation of their true origin that they had painstakingly cultivated was slowly dissipating. This was too scary. We just wanted to watch from the sidelines and freeload. Is there a need to be so cruel? We just didn't watch the original version, right? We just didn't rush to the VIP section at the starting point, right? We've already changed it, okay? We'll be good brothers in the future. Chapter 1186. The sky was completely dark. Not even a little bit of sunlight could be seen. Even Dongfang Xingyang and Nanjing Qian, who were in Shangjing City, could not see anything. Yu Dongtian, who had a higher cultivation level, could see some clues, but he did not dare to come over to join in the fun. Not only did the 3 of them not come over to join in the fun, but they also set up another line of defense in this direction. A line of defense that was personally guarded by the 3 of them. It had to be said that the extravagance of Zhuo Xiaoduo's support for his breakthrough this time was extremely extravagant. But those guardians alone were so extravagant that it was almost impossible to replicate them. Ahem, I will not list them one by one here. The wind on the ground gradually rose to level 10, and the wind in the sky had exceeded level 14. It had reached a level that was unimaginable and unbelievable in the mortal world. Unfortunately, this little bit of wind was nothing to the dragons and phoenixes in the sky. They maintained a posture of slowly descending. There were all kinds of brilliant, magnificent, and dazzling lights, and so on. The remaining tribulation between the dragons and phoenixes descended, and gradually came to a low altitude of about 1,000 meters. At this moment, the golden dragon's huge body suddenly coiled around the tribulation eye, and only the dragon's head was left. The phoenix fluttered and danced, and slowly perched on the tribulation eye. Sui Xiaoyan could not take her eyes off it. It was also the first time that she had witnessed such a magnificent scene with her own eyes. She did not know why, but when she saw the majestic eyes of the phoenix, Sui Xiaoyan vaguely felt a sense of intimacy. Although the tribulation eye had stopped descending, it was still spinning, and it was spinning faster and faster. A great sense of danger suddenly enveloped everyone present. Sui Xiaoyan's heart was beating like a drum. She instinctively put her hand to her mouth and shouted, "Duo Duo, be careful." Sui Xiaoduo's body was floating in the wild wind, and he nodded solemnly. At this moment, he clearly felt the greatest malice in the world. Everyone present, including Sui Changlu, did not notice that when Sui Xiaoyan shouted. The phoenix in the air, which had already rotated until only its outline was left, suddenly opened its eyes and glanced over at them like lightning. His eyes met Sui Xiaoyan's anxious eyes. The girl's extremely pure eyes only contained concern from the bottom of her heart, as well as the urgency of wanting to take his place. Then, the eye of heavenly tribulation suddenly rose. Two rays of light, one bright and one dark, flickered inside, and a huge thunderball suddenly took shape. Then, the whole sky lit up for a moment, but then it went dark again. The lightning ball fell with a loud bang. Sui Xiaoduo let out a long roar. The elixir that he had been keeping in his stomach and wrapped in true qi dissolved. Abundant and powerful spiritual energy exploded in all directions, rushing into his limbs and bones. Before the lightning tribulation fell, Sui Xiaoduo was already full of energy, waving his two big hammers and rushing up to the sky in an evil manner. With two hammers in hand, the world is mine. An indescribable heroic aura suddenly rose from Sui Xiaoduo's heart. You can smash me down. Sui Xiaoduo roared, but you can never stop me from rushing up. The lightning ball rolled down from the sky. It was a huge lightning ball the size of a mountain. Under the reflection of the huge lightning ball, Sui Xiaoduo was like an ant with two antennae. He was so small. But even though he was as small as an ant, Sui Xiaoduo was still fearless. He rushed madly towards the huge lightning ball, and there was no turning back. The lightning ball flashed, and with the force of a mountain, it hit Sui Xiaoduo's hammers hard. At this moment, Sui Xiaoduo had just performed the first move of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom. The whole mountain, river, and earth trembled. As soon as Sui Xiaoduo came into contact with it, he felt that something was wrong. The spiritual qi that he had gathered with all his might was like a snowflake meeting the scorching sun under the first tribulation of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. It dissipated without any resistance and disappeared without a trace. Boom. At the moment of contact, Bai Bai cried out in a tender voice, "Aw." Jiao also cried out in a childish voice, "Aw." The two of them rushed out of the 99 cat hammers and danced into the lightning ball. The lightning ball broke through the defense of the hammers as if it was not affected at all. It continued to hit Sui Xiaoduo fiercely. In an instant, Sui Xiaoduo only felt that his 3 souls and 7 spirits were scattered. Facing the heavenly tribulation, the protective true core energy could not resist at all. It was consumed in an instant, and the true core energy flowed through his body. The moment Sui Xiaoduo's soul left his body, he even saw that his body was completely transparent at this moment. Whether it was his muscles, bones, or internal organs, every inch of his skin was clear and transparent. Sua Xiaoduo knew that he could not panic at this moment. He held on to the last bit of clarity in his heart and used his willpower to prevent the hammers from falling. He raised them up with all his might. At this moment, he only felt that his soul was suffering a lot. All kinds of life and death parting, all kinds of pain and troubles, and the pain of being stabbed by sharp blades and axes, were endless. Then, many lights and shadows appeared in front of him. Zhuo Zhonglu's entire body was covered in blood. His body was full of swords and sabers. He was leaning against a tree. It seemed that he was no longer breathing. The enemy's sabers and swords were still smashing towards his body with a whistling sound. Ah! Seeing this, Sua Xiaoduo was horrified and could not help but let out a tragic cry. Just as the sharp blades were about to slaughter Zhuo Changlu's body, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him and threw herself at Zhuo Changlu. It was none other than Wu Yuding. However, this only changed into thousands of swords and sabers, which fell on Wu Yuding's body. Before his mother died, she glanced at him and seemed to be telling him, "Duo, run." Sua Xiaoduo trembled. He did not know where he got the strength, but he instinctively rushed forward. With red eyes, he stood in front of his parents with his body. Puff, puff, puff. He could feel countless arrows and weapons landing on his body. It was so dense, so endless. My parents raised me. Even if it was the enemy's wish, I would not hesitate. Sua Xiaoduo murmured and used his body to protect his parents' bodies. Even though he knew it was useless, he did not hesitate. The scene suddenly changed. Sua Xiaoduo saw someone grab Sua Xiaoyan and throw her delicate body into the air. Below, thousands of soldiers were aiming at Sua Xiaoyan with their bows and arrows. They had no intention of showing mercy to her. Suddenly, countless sharp arrows pierced through Sua Xiaoyan's delicate body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Sua Xiaoduo roared and rushed to Sua Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, he turned into a hedgehog. Duo. You are so silly. Sua Xiaoyan, who was still alive, looked at him with despair and heartache. Silly. So be it. Sua Xiaoduo smiled and said, even if I cut my enemy into pieces, it would not be as good as hugging you for one more second. I don't want to be with you. I'm afraid you'll be scared. The scene changed again. The wind howled and Sua Xiaoduo rushed into the battlefield to help. At this moment, the battle was over. However, the battle situation was, the enemy had already retreated. On the other side, lying in a pool of blood were the bodies of Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Gao Qiao, Wan Li Xiu, and more than 10 others. Every one of them died in a terrible way. Pairs of eyes full of hatred, unwilling to close in death, glared at the sky. Sua Xiaoduo only felt that the blood in his body suddenly froze. His whole soul suddenly exploded. Without thinking, he picked up his sledgehammer and rushed to the front with a roar. He rushed to the enemy's tens of thousands of neat soldiers. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. He lost his mind and fought fiercely. Countless enemies were turned into minced meat under his 2 sledgehammers. However, even when he ran out of energy, the enemies were still densely packed like a tide. Sometimes, a person's strength was limited. It was still difficult to fight against tens of thousands of enemies alone. He roared and began to break out of the encirclement. This hatred is irreconcilable. As long as I don't die in this life, today's hatred will be avenged by slaughtering the enemy country. After breaking out of the encirclement, he continued to train and fight. Whenever he had the chance, he would take revenge. This cycle went on for countless years. Finally, in the last battle, he destroyed the enemy in one fell swoop. He broke into the enemy country's capital and smashed into the palace. He also killed the enemy country's emperor with one sledgehammer. At the moment when he became minced meat under the sledgehammer, Swish Duo laughed wildly to the sky. Swish! Did you see that? Who dares to bully us? Who dares to bully us? Thought it was another battlefield. He and Swishounian fought side by side. They took the lead, while Li Chenglong and the others followed behind them. They killed the enemies until their blood flowed like a river. Their momentum was unparalleled. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuting supervised the army from behind. They were ready to help at any time. A great victory was right in front of them. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. The pressure was unprecedented. An imperial palace appeared above the dark clouds. It was majestic and solemn. Two people in imperial robes and crowns stepped out at the same time. Their murderous intent was overflowing. Seeing this, Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuting shouted in unison, "Run!" Before he even finished speaking, he had already rushed out in a flash and charged straight into the sky to engage in a great battle with the two sovereigns. The two sovereigns each held a scroll in their hands, and the instant the scrolls fluttered open, they actually directly swept Zhou Zhonglu and his wife into them. The other person held a bell in his hand. It looked small and exquisite, but as he approached, the bell grew larger and larger. There were mountains, rivers, and countless divine beasts engraved on the bell. When they were not far from each other, the countless divine beasts had already transformed from the engravings on the bell into boundless demonic gods that surged forward like a river from the heavens. Swish Duo and the others tried their best to resist stubbornly. They were still able to hold on for a while. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, the emperor holding the bell seemed to be impatient and said lightly, "Even a grain of rice can shine." Suddenly, he flicked his finger lightly on the bell. With a crisp sound, Long Yuxing, who was in the midst of battle, actually collapsed and exploded in an instant. Even his soul wasn't spared and was completely annihilated. Wan Li Xiu let out a sorrowful cry, but she turned into dust along with the sound of another bell. Chapter 1187. Li Chenglong roared, "Boss, let's go. Leave us behind and avenge us." As they spoke, the remaining 10 people joined hands and merged into one, and then they tore through the sky and flew up to meet the bell that was approaching forcefully in midair. With a loud bang, the 10 people launched a self-detonation attack at the same time. They used their lives to open up a way for Zhou Duo and Swishounian to survive. The unprecedentedly violent aftermath of the explosion sent Zhou Duo and Swishounian flying thousands of miles away. However, Li Chenglong and the others had disappeared forever. Their souls were destroyed, and they would never be seen again. Ah! Dong Huang! Dong Huang! Zhou Duo screamed at the top of his lungs. In the eyes of Zhou Chonglu and the others who were watching the heavenly tribulation, that they saw the first lightning strike of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. Zhou Duo roared and rushed into the sky to fight against it. However, as soon as they touched, Zhou body was stopped in midair by the lightning strike. Then, two gourds, one black and one white, appeared on Zhou's hammer. They rushed into the lightning strike in a delicate manner. The lightning strike flashed wildly for a while. Under the heavenly tribulation, Zhou's body flickered. One moment, it was transparent and shining, and the next moment, it was as black as ink. The first lightning strike was blocked by the two gourds. Zhou Chonglu murmured in disbelief. What gourds were so powerful? Wu Yuting was also puzzled, but there was a hint of relief on her face. However, even with their high cultivation, they could not see the illusions that Zhou Duo experienced. Even in Zhou Zhonglu's eyes, the first lightning tribulation had already ended. However, he didn't know that the lingering charm of the Great Tao was still operating silently. The outside world watched as Xiao Duo fought against the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation Lightning. However, in this short period of time, Xiao Duo had experienced countless illusions. With his wisdom, he could quickly wake up even in an illusion created by the heavenly tribulation. However, Xiao Duo was completely immersed in the illusion created by the heavenly tribulation. This was the most dangerous manifestation of the heavenly tribulation. Once there was a deviation in one's thoughts, one's inner demon would be hidden, and it would be shackled for life. Only when one experienced the tribulation and became a saint would one be able to get rid of the inner demon. However, since ancient times, there were very few people who could walk on the path of the heavenly tribulation saint. And Xiao Duo was going through such a test. This was the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. In fact, if one's thoughts were slightly off or if one made a wrong move, one would be consigned to eternal damnation by the inner demons. As the second lightning tribulation struck, the two small gourds rushed out again. Just like before, they rushed into the heavenly tribulation to stop the momentum of the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, this lightning bolt was almost twice as powerful as the previous one. Even the combined power of Bai and Jiu could not stop it. The remaining power was transmitted to Xiao Duo, who was still fixed in the air. The skin and flesh of his entire head were immediately charred. With a boom, his entire body was wrapped in flames. The world was instantly filled with the fragrance of roasted meat. Wu Yuding was about to rush out with tears in her eyes. Don't move. Zhua Chonglu grabbed her. Duoduo's body is full of vitality. Although it was full of vitality and life aura, Wu Yuding was so heartbroken that her heart convulsed when she saw her son burning into a ball of fire. My own son, whom I can't even bear to hit, is being abused like this. Xiao Duo, who was in the middle of the heavenly tribulation lightning, was enduring the destruction of the two extremes. Now, it was not only the spiritual pain from the illusion, but also the physical pain from the outside world. Both his body and mind were under pressure. He saw it again. He saw his parents' souls imprisoned in the netherworld and tortured for eternity. I'm going to tear down this netherworld. Xiao Duo cursed and roared madly, I must tear it down. In all the illusions that Xiao Duo had encountered so far, he had always chosen the same way to deal with them without exception, fight head-on. If Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding knew about the illusions that Xiao Duo encountered, they would definitely be shocked and in disbelief. Firstly, it was too much. Secondly, it was Xiao Duo's character. When did that slippery and sly little dog, who ran faster than a rabbit whenever there was danger, change his character and fight head-on in a way that he would never choose? Little did they know that this was Xiao Duo's true character. Xiao Duo's superficial character was the character that he had always shown to the outside world. Of course, it was also his true character, but it was only a part of his true character. A person like Xiao Duo would face most of the events rationally, that is, after careful consideration, he would respond to them. This was the so-called plan before acting. However, if he encountered a strong stimulus or some sudden big event, he would choose to fight head-on regardless of everything. When Xiao Duo faced a huge force, he used this kind of reckless attitude to fight back. Since when did he have the slightest bit of cowardice to avoid it? Xiao Duo was a hidden dragon. Facing so many crafty schemes and perilous waves, Xiao Duo didn't dodge. He also fought back. In Baishan City, there were still no plots and tricks. He just fought head-on. Including this time when he went to the Umno Alliance. In a desperate situation, Xiao Duo's choice was still fearless. He just fought back. In the territory of the demon race, he accidentally saw Zhanshuajuan being captured, which could be said to be the best reflection of his character. In that case, if it were Long Yuxing or Li Chenglong, there was a 99% chance that they wouldn't help. This didn't mean that they were afraid of death and didn't care about their feelings. It was a rational choice, knowing that it was useless to rush out and save their useful bodies. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's choice was different. When the situation came to a head, he chose to fight head-on. He would always fight head-on, and he would fight head-on. Normally, if there was a 10% chance of danger, Zhuo Xiaoduo would choose to temporarily retreat and take a roundabout route to avoid the danger. But when it came to a critical moment, as long as he felt that it was his business, even if there was only a 1% chance of success, he would fight back. In all fairness, Zhuo Xiaoduo's character had a great flaw. He was definitely not a suitable candidate to be a general or a prime minister, or even a decision-making person. All the sly and cunning people were wrapped up in a heart that would never turn back once the sword was drawn. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. It was just like what he had said in the dreamland. My parents raised me. Even if it's the enemy's wish, I won't hesitate. Therefore, he would rather choose not to take revenge and choose to fulfill his filial piety at the last moment, even if it was just protecting his parents' bodies for a second. Even if I cut my enemy into pieces, it's not as good as holding you for a second at this moment. If I don't accompany you, I'm afraid you'll be afraid. Therefore, in the second illusion, he chose to die together with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Li Chenglong and the others were killed. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely lost the so-called standards of justice, good, and evil in his heart. I only want revenge. I don't care how many innocent people I kill. Your country killed my brothers, so you'll all die with them. As for the reputation behind me, what does it have to do with me? Could it be that he was going to give up on avenging his brothers just because of a few words from others? Zhuo Xiaoduo's goal had always been clear, even simple. He was not as cunning as he usually was when it came to the people he valued. He would not care about gains and losses, nor would he consider self-preservation. If people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people offended him, he would kill their entire family and army. He knew better than anyone else about seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. He knew better than anyone where it was safe and where it was dangerous. However, when it was time for him to make a choice, he would always go forward without hesitation. He knew better than anyone else and understood better than anyone else. However, when it came down to it, all the logic could not compare to the obsession in his heart. These are my parents, I'll protect them. These are my wives, I'll protect them. These are my friends, I'll protect them. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was usually extremely greedy, stingy, and slippery, but deep down, he was stubborn. He only cared about the present and did not care about the future. He was a person with a huge flaw in his character. However, this Zhuo Xiaoduo with a huge flaw in his character was the most authentic Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even if I survive, I'll be able to shake the world and surpass the past and present in the future. However, I only care about the present, so I only care about the present. The third lightning tribulation continued to rumble and fall. Bai and Jiao were already somewhat powerless, but they still chose to go against the current. However, this time, they were faced with a lightning tribulation that was twice as strong. They finally screamed in pain. Although the tribulation lightning was of great benefit to the two of them, they were still in their infancy, so their power was relatively limited. Especially when they had to accept the benefits and endure the boundless pain in the process of absorbing the benefits, it was not an easy task. Fortunately, at this moment, another strong helper appeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body suddenly flashed, and the cat spirit sword flew out. On the tip of the sword, the black light was so condensed that it was almost solid. A destructive aura suddenly filled the sky and the earth. In the face of such extreme destructive power, even the lightning tribulation of the heavenly Tao had to avoid it. The sword light kept trembling in the lightning tribulation. The black light was still condensed and rushed to the left side of Bai and Jiu with irresistible force. The two climbed onto the sword, one on the left and one on the right. Then, the three chis flowed together and exploded with unprecedented ferocity, counterattacking against the current. The sudden appearance of this sword light actually split open the third lightning tribulation, clearly splitting it in the middle. The cat spirit sword flashed with sword light and rushed to the clouds. However, after losing the black light, it inevitably became weak and fell down. A ray of demonic light, a ray of white light, and a ray of black light. The three chis merged and then separated, returning to Zhuoxiaoduo's body. It was not that the god-killing spear Yan Shirsi did not want to try his best, but he was really weak. Previously, when he launched this attack, Bai and Jiu, who were being hammered by tens of thousands of lightning tribulations, broke through the third lightning tribulation and brought them back. After that, he did not have much strength left. At least. Today, he could not fight anymore. That I feel a little dizzy. I still want to write the 5th chapter. I will write it. If I can write it, I will post it. Chapter 1188. Clang. The cat spirit sword rolled down from the sky and embedded itself into the mountain rock. Although the sword was mottled, it still shone brightly. The benefits the spirit cat sword received from this heavenly tribulation were unimaginable. Under the protection of the god-slaying spear Yan Shirsi, it was equivalent to being tempered by the heavenly tribulation once again. The fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation was mixed with boundless purple energy. It was even more powerful than the first 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. The wind howled, and even the meteors that were about to hit the ground were blown away. No one knew where they landed. Zhuoxiaoduo had survived the first 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. What was the origin of those 2 small gourds? And what was that destructive black light filled with demonic flames and demonic qi that soared into the sky? When did the cat spirit sword become so powerful that it could split the heavenly tribulation? Even with the help of the 3 qi, it shouldn't be so powerful. The fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation seemed to be dissatisfied with the fact that it could split the third bolt of heavenly tribulation. It seemed to want to destroy Zhuoxiaoduo in one fell swoop. At this moment, a ball of red light appeared on Zhuoxiaoduo's body and faced the fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation. Caw! A strange cry abruptly rang out. A 3-legged crow appeared on top of Zhuoxiaoduo's head. Bai was standing on his left shoulder, and Jiu was on his right shoulder. One was white and tender, and the other was black and charmingly naive. The 3-legged crow flapped its wings, and with a boom it then transformed into the grand sun primordial fire that soared into the sky. Unparalleled flames soared into the sky. In the grand sun primordial flame, the shadow of the 3-legged crow stood still and leisurely. The flame that shot up into the sky was even crazier than the heavenly tribulation that had just descended from the 9 heavens. In an instant, the grand sun primordial flame carried Bai and Jiu into the heavenly tribulation. Then, a series of crackling sounds could be heard that it was only a momentary stalemate. The lightning quickly suppressed the grand sun primordial fire and continued to sweep down. Just like before, it completely enveloped Zhuoxiaoduo's body. Zhuoxiaoduo's limbs, starting from his fingers to his toes, were visibly charred and carbonized before turning into ashes. All the true essence in his body was released, and at the same time, the boundless life force in his sea of consciousness moved. As a result, endless vitality gushed out from his body. His entire body turned into a green ball of light amidst the lightning tribulation. Amidst the screams, his upper body had already melted down to his left and right shoulders, while his lower body had melted down to his dantian. The originally irreversible crisis of his physical body being destroyed was actually stopped and pushed back by the green light. Then, in the midst of the lightning tribulation, he recovered and was reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his arms and legs were back to normal. Dark clouds covered the sky, the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes, the heavenly tribulation hung in the sky, the true flames of the sun. They collided violently. Swa Changlu's face sank as he muttered, "This is too much." Wu Yuding's face was filled with anger, heartache, and helplessness as well. With the couple's experience, they could naturally tell that the fourth lightning tribulation was the most extreme type of lightning tribulation. It was clearly meant to kill. From the current outcome, Swa Xiaoduo had indeed gained a lot of benefits. His originally destroyed limbs and even parts of his body had been tempered by the heavenly Tao, becoming even stronger and tougher. However, such benefits were clearly not something a Skysoar realm cultivator should be able to bear. After withstanding the heavenly tribulation, there would naturally be boundless benefits. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to withstand it first. If one couldn't overcome it, everything would turn into ashes. What else could one say? The previous lightning tribulation had long surpassed the limits of a Skysoar realm cultivator's tribulation. If it weren't for the two gourds and the bird's three parallel forces, if it weren't for the mysterious boundless vitality in Swa Xiaoduo's body, then, even if Swa Changlu wanted to save him, it would be too late. Swa Xiaoduo would undoubtedly die. There are actually 6 more lightning tribulations like this. Wu Yuding muttered. She really couldn't bear it anymore. If something like this happened again, Swa Xiaoduo wouldn't be able to withstand it and would die without leaving a trace in this world. However, the problem was right before their eyes. If they didn't let their son try, their son's future would be ruined. However, if they let their son try, the price of failure would be eternal damnation. There would be no way out. Parents were always so conflicted. Swa Changlu frowned as he carefully observed the soul true fire rising from the lightning tribulation. Even in the midst of the lightning tribulation, it was still burning fiercely. Let's wait a little longer. Swa Changlu frowned and said, "Heaven is fair. There's an ancient saying that karma has a cause. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't deliberately target people like this. If heaven is really fair, then Xiao Duo must have a life-saving trump card that we don't know about. It's enough to deal with the current situation. The green vitality from before is a clear proof. We don't know, but it doesn't hinder heaven's senses." It took those factors into consideration and added them into the equation. That's why Xiao Duo's current heavenly tribulation is so difficult. Let's wait a little longer. Wu Yuding sighed worriedly. To be honest, now I somewhat understand how Xiao Duo's karma came about. Swa Changlu sighed. You suspect the origin of the gourds? Wu Yuding asked. Swa Zhonglu said with a serious look in his eyes. If my guess is correct, and the origin of that pair of gourds is as I think, then the karma on little Duo's body is going to be huge. At the very least, it's going to break the heavens. Wu Yuding pondered for a moment and said, but according to legend, there are only 7 gourds, and each has its own master. Regardless of appearance, power, or attribute, they are completely different from the 2 small gourds. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Swa Changlu nodded thoughtfully and said, it's what you're thinking. That makes me a little uncertain. Wu Yuding could understand that he was unsure. On the other hand, heaven was also uncertain. Now I finally know the origin of the demon clan's fate in him. Zhou Changlu looked at the soul true fire burning fiercely in the lightning tribulation. His eyes were solemn and even a little emotional. That three-legged bird. Looks like a crow, right? Wu Yuding was stunned. Three-legged golden crow. Yes, it's the three-legged golden crow. But the three-legged golden crow is the bloodline of the demon emperor. How did Xiao Duo get it? This. I don't know. Zhou Changlu said. Suddenly, his eyes focused. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly blurted out at the same time. Crown Prince Academy. If that's the case. Wu Yuding was shocked. This is the demon clan's crown prince who died. Zhou Changlu only felt a little toothache. This. I don't dare to say. Wu Yuding slapped her forehead. By the way, what's that green light? That's the extremely abundant life origin energy. We know that Gouda has many secret methods, and that strange stone is one of them. But we didn't expect him to have such a backup. If we trace the origin of the green light and infer its true power, I'm afraid that it's even more powerful than us. Wu Yuding said. After the tribulation, we'll interrogate him properly. He's our son. What can't we find out? Yes, I'm thinking too much. By the way, that black light seems to be the source of karma that binds the demon clan. Wu Yuding immediately thought of this. Zhou Changlu's mouth twitched. He said, that thing is also evil. I'm afraid that it doesn't only represent the demon clan, but also the demon ancestor. My father. Wu Yuding immediately knew that she had misunderstood. Her eyes widened. Ancient demon ancestor. The god-killing spear. That should be it. Zhou Zhanglu nodded. Just a little bit of black qi is enough to evolve into a weapon with such a murderous aura. It's so fierce, and its demonic flames overflowing into the sky. Since time immemorial, only one weapon could have such a strange power. It's the god-killing spear, known as the world's #1 murderous aura. Even the legendary UN2 and immortal slaying weapons are inferior to it in terms of murderous aura and ferocity. Wu Yuding was even more speechless. The little dog actually had so many treasures on him. It was not wrong for the Dragon Phoenix tribulation to strike him like this. According to ancient legends, in ancient times, the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins ruled the world. Later on, the war between the dragons and phoenixes was the beginning of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. However, the end of the war between the dragons and phoenixes was a lose-lose situation. It was also because of this that the ancient demon court and the Wu people rose. After that war, the dragons and phoenixes were unable to recover. No one knew what exactly happened. It was already difficult to verify. However, whether it was the ancient demon ancestor or the demon emperor brothers, they had all placed their pieces in the great calamity back then and pushed the war between the two races. It was certain. Then, more or less, it was difficult to avoid subtle karma. Now that the Dragon Phoenix tribulation had arrived, the demon ancestor's weapon had appeared, and the demon emperor's crown prince had also appeared. That wouldn't the Dragon Phoenix tribulation in the sky strike you to death? Would you be left to give birth to children? This little dog. Wu Yuding was helpless. Let's continue watching. Zhou Changlu sighed. I think there should be more surprises coming one after another. After all, this is only the fourth one. The fourth lightning tribulation ended. Zhou Xiaoduo's body recovered in the air, and the green light gradually dissipated. A dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry resounded in the sky together. Light flashed, and the fifth lightning tribulation arrived as expected. With the previous experience, Xiao carried Bai and Zhou without fear. She turned into the Grand Sun True Fire again and rushed forward. But this time, it didn't even manage to withstand a single blow. As soon as she rushed into the lightning tribulation, Xiao let out an extremely miserable cry. On one side of the lightning tribulation, the extremely handsome phoenix suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of red light. Damn crow, there was actually another one here. You're going to be reborn. Xiao was immediately wrapped in red light from head to toe. She was burning and filled with the fragrance of roasted meat as she fell down. On the other hand, Bai and Zhou rushed into the lightning tribulation due to inertia. Xiao, who was tragically engulfed by the red light, hovered in the air. The red light continued to rise, and the red was magnificent. It was so red that it dazzled people. You won't believe me if I say that I'm exhausted. But there's no other way. There's still more than an hour to double the votes. Also, please be thick-skinned and ask for tips. It said that the monthly votes for tips have increased by 4 times during this period of time. The goal of the mission is difficult, please help me. Today, I hope everyone has a good time. I thought I could finish writing about the tribulation, but in the end, I still left something unfinished. Chapter 1189. Xiao screamed miserably. Zhao's wings flapped crazily on both sides. The Grand Sun primordial fire in its body gushed out layer by layer, but it could not break through the blockade of the red flame. Until the Grand Sun primordial fire accumulated to the point of almost exploding. Finally, a wisp of white flame broke through the red light. More Grand Sun primordial fire came out, burning fiercely. The red light covering the body gradually disintegrated. Finally, boom! All the Grand Sun primordial fire burst out, like a huge sun rising in the sky. Xiao fell to the ground, dying. Its feathers were all roasted. Its naked body was pockmarked, cleaner than a bald chicken in a pot of boiling water. The 3 legs quickly ran in the direction of Xiao Duo. His mouth was croaking, and his eyes were filled with panic and fear. It was terrified. It was roasted into a bald bird. Just a little bit more, and he would have been cooked. Mama, mama, mama. It hurts so much, I'm scared to death. I want kisses, hugs, and hugs. Boo-hoo. Who would have thought that I would be roasted one day? Sigh. Zhou Chonglu sighed, the Nirvana True Fire. Sure enough, the phoenix has made a move. In front of the phoenix, even the 3-legged golden crow has to retreat. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Yuding was unhappy and said, you didn't see that the little crow hasn't grown up yet. It will be more powerful than the phoenix when it grows up. Wu Yuding had never met the 3-legged golden crow, but since it was her son's pet, it was naturally good. Zhou Chonglu, how dare you belittle my son's pet? Zhou Chonglu smiled calmly and said, it makes sense. I think so too. His face was expressionless. Under the tribulation thunder. The 5th tribulation thunder struck Xiaoduo's chest faster than the 4th. In an instant, Xiaoduo's dantian on his chest and back fell into a state of melting and disappearing, inch by inch. Without any delay, the green aura of vitality appeared once again and quietly landed on Xiaoduo's limbs that had been completely refined. The green light was still very strong. Even though it was constantly being burned into smoke, it was still able to protect his limbs. After the 5th thunder tribulation, Xiaoduo's body reassembled and regained its human form. After the 4th lightning tribulation, the endless green life force also dealt with the 5th lightning tribulation. Aoo! At this moment, Xiaoduo finally let out its first howl. His face was contorted and his muscles were spasming. It was too painful. She hadn't called him out ever since she came in. Pu, 2 little fellows, one white and one black, fell from the sky and entered the divine sense space in a flash. Obviously, these two little fellows had reached their limits and were unable to continue for a while. However, even though the tribulation lightning was so violent, Bai and Jiao were able to advance and retreat with ease. However, the sixth dragon phoenix tribulation lightning still fell from the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo still could not move. This time, there was no grand sun primordial flame, nor was there a white and black figure appearing above their heads. However, there was a flash of light, and sword energy soared into the sky. Another sword appeared above Zhuo Xiaoduo's head in a dazzling manner. It stood in the sky, and its sword light flashed in all directions, as if it was the ruler of the world. The sixth lightning tribulation lightning was halfway through its descent, and it was about to hit the sword when something unprecedented happened. With a puff, it made a turn and missed its target. The lightning tribulation lightning crashed down into the bottomless abyss with a loud boom. The mountains and valleys rumbled for a long time without end. The lightning tribulation lightning missed its target. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting froze at the sight of this. I'm flying. I'm flying. Ow ow ow. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh. He roared into the sky, waved his hands, and said incoherently, so good, I've succeeded. I've survived the lightning tribulation. As expected of me, I'm still me. Wu Yuting was anxious and angry at the same time. Stupid. There's more. It's not over yet. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this. He thought that his breakthrough meant that the lightning tribulation was over. There's more. When he looked up, he saw that not only was the tribulation eye in the sky still there, but it seemed to be bigger than before and was slowly rotating again. This rotation was very slow and very condensed. Endless spiritual energy rapidly gathered into the tribulation eye, obviously preparing for the next wave of attack. The golden dragon reappeared, and its huge head stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo from beside the tribulation eye. The phoenix also appeared and hovered on the other side of the tribulation eye, also watching Zhuo Xiaoduo. For some reason, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that the dragon and the phoenix's gazes were somewhat complicated. What's going on? At this moment, a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry sounded at the same time. Then, the golden dragon soared into the sky and hovered together with the phoenix. Then at the same time, it turned into the purest energy and poured into the tribulation eye. The sky suddenly became cloudless, and only a huge tribulation eye was left, ready to attack. Obviously, this was going to be an unprecedented attack. Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped in fright as he felt a pressure that could destroy heaven and earth. He immediately panicked. There was no way he could withstand this lightning tribulation. Chapter 1190. This was the final blow, the final test, and also the final baptism. The next step was to succeed. It was to transcend. If he couldn't withstand it, he would die. He would die and his Tao would vanish. Everyone knew this. However, the power of this single bolt of tribulation lightning was so great that even Zhuo Zhonglu felt threatened by it. The energy in the eye of the tribulation was still gathering. It was getting bigger and bigger, flickering between life and death. The power of the wind and clouds in the sky was sucked into the eye of the tribulation. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and stood firmly on the ground. He held the cat's hammer in his hand and locked his mind on the cat's spirit sword. He even pressed the small piece of the heaven-mending stone under his tongue. He was going to face the attack with his strongest and even most extraordinary state. Bai and Jiao went into the hammers with a whoosh. Yan Shixi struggled to stay in position in the cat's spirit sword. Seeing that his condition had reached its peak, Sui Xiaoduo shouted, "Let's go all out. Fight!" Xiao staggered over and raised his head. He flapped his featherless wings pitifully, revealing his bare buttocks that he gestured, "Mama, I really want to kill the thief now, but I can't do anything about it." Looking at the charged Xiao, Sui Xiaoduo felt that he could eat this guy directly if it wasn't for the two small round eyes that were still rolling around. The texture was crunchy, but the taste might not be good. After all, he was completely charred. In view of this, Sui Xiaoduo moved his mind and put Xiao into the Tower of Annihilation. At this moment, in just half a breath, the eye of the tribulation in the sky increased by at least 30%. What did it mean for a sphere to increase by 30%? Although Sui Xiaoduo was not bad at mathematics, he couldn't make a fundamental difference. However, the increase in threat was definitely not as simple as 30%. Sui Xiaoduo, who was already feeling guilty, instinctively sighed and summoned the Huahuang sword. This time, the sword of Emperor Envihua didn't retreat because the last lightning tribulation ignored everything. Normally, the heavenly tribulation should have ended after the previous lightning tribulation. However, this additional lightning tribulation was the greatest fortune and opportunity. As long as they could withstand it, there would be great rewards for any weapon or life that participated in the resistance. A bolt of lightning from the heavens to the earth. Xiaolong's misty body, which appeared for the first time in the world, circled around Sui Xiaoduo's body. Sui Xiaoduo thought about it and still felt that it was not enough. It was not safe enough. He then took out the heaven and earth treasures that Wu Yuding had given him. He didn't care whether it was a waste or not, and stuffed a dozen of them into his stomach. Let them ferment. Oh no, hurry up and release your spiritual energy. As for the Skysoar Realm Cultivator, one pill was enough for him to fully recover. He even swallowed 8 pills in one go. Feeling that it was not enough, he swallowed another 10 pills as if he was eating jelly beans. After asking for Little White's and Little Jiao's permission, he also extracted a little bit of the ocean-like origin spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness. It wasn't that Sui Xiaoduo didn't want to extract more, but the quality of the life origin energy was too high. Sui Xiaoduo couldn't control it at all. Even with the help of Xiaolong and Xiaolong, he could only use a little bit of it. But at this point, Sui Xiaoduo still felt that it wasn't safe. To be absolutely safe, he took out the emerald green wooden tablet that Elder Wan gave him and muttered, "Elder Wan, boss, you have to help me this time." Before he could finish his sentence, he crushed the emerald green wooden tablet, and a ball of green light rose up. In an instant, the entire mountain was covered with grasshopper plants. Well, in the modern realm, it should be called purslane. Patches of green spread out rapidly, covering a radius of several thousand li in an instant. Even the feet of Zhuo Chonglu and the others were covered with grasshopper plants. The leaves grew thicker and thicker, and they continued to grow. Then, small red by flowers bloomed all of a sudden. Although a single red and white flower didn't have a strong fragrance, when so many flowers bloomed together, the fragrance was naturally refreshing and intoxicating. The grasshopper under his feet grew bigger and bigger, blooming and growing continuously. After a while, it simply climbed up Sui Xiaoduo's body, turning his entire body into a green oily colored dot. After a few breaths of time, Sui Xiaoduo's body also started to bloom. The fragrance started to spread, refreshing everyone's heart. Not only was this unforeseen change sudden and unexpected, but it was also mysterious. Or rather, it was too strange. Even the tribulation eye in the sky couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It stopped spinning for about half a second. Although it started spinning again immediately. This short pause was very clear. Obviously, Even the tribulation lightning was speechless. That kid down there. Do you know what you're doing? If you'd just let us strike you one last time, we'd be done with it. But now, you've created so many things. What are you trying to do? If we strike you too lightly, I'm afraid you'll explode from these things that you've set up yourself. Damn, how afraid of death is he? Is this really the same person as the brat that we trained before who only knew how to act recklessly? Where did the heroic spirit, the valiant and unafraid of death, the sword of no return, the person who exterminated the world, go? Could it be that he had a split personality, or that he had two souls in one body? How strange. Then, there was another rumbling sound. Heaven and earth were filled with endless white light. At this moment, white light, purple light, and colorful light it flew in all directions, and heaven and earth were burning. Even Zhuo Changlu and his wife couldn't see anything. It was really too bright. An unprecedentedly huge lightning ball fell down like a mountain. In just a moment, it smashed down on Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. Boom. At this moment, even Zhuo Changlu was dumbfounded by the collision. Even his body started to shake. At that moment, he clearly saw the grasshopper plants thousands of miles away fly up from the ground. Although it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, it still charged forward bravely. Yes, but in terms of momentum, it was really not inferior to the tribulation lightning of the heavenly law. Some plants, the most common grasshopper plants, could burst out the power comparable to the tribulation lightning of the heavenly realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, would he believe it? Zhuo Changlu wanted to say that he wouldn't believe it even if he saw it with his own eyes. How could there be such crazy and cool grasshopper plants in this world? Were they trying to defy the heavens? Then, the spiritual sword that was full of the aura of the emperor rushed straight into the tribulation clouds. There was also the cat spirit sword that was mixed with the essence of the demonic aura. The demonic flames surged into the sky and shot into the tribulation clouds. The two cat hammers also circled and rotated, like a black and white Tai Chi diagram, and its power hit the tribulation clouds. There seemed to be some other lights flashing. In short, countless lights burst out at the same time and exploded. Rumble. The extreme impact from heaven and earth, the death cliff, which was the foothold, suddenly collapsed because it couldn't bear it anymore. A huge amount of gravel rushed into the sky, and many even rushed out tens of thousands of meters in one breath. With the sound of thunder, the whole sky was covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain crazily. The raindrops directly connected into a line. In just a moment, a vast ocean had accumulated on the ground, as if the heavenly Duke was suddenly angry and poured a basin of water from above. Or maybe the heavenly river suddenly burst, and countless raindrops fell into the human world, instantly forming a country of water. However, the tribulation was already over. The tribulation eye in the sky had already disappeared after the last tribulation lightning struck. Duo. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding saw that the tribulation was over, and they shouted together and started to rush towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. They could finally move. Also, both of them felt that their son's life force was still there, but it was very weak. At this moment, they were extremely excited. Wu Yuding rushed 2 steps and suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at her daughter strangely. Zhuo Xiaonian was in a daze at this moment. And her hair. Why did it explode? Zhuo Xiaonian's beautiful hair now looked like a chicken nest that had been crazily scratched by 7 or 8 chickens. It was a mess. It could be said that if there were 30 million strands of hair on a head, then at this moment, 30 million strands of hair on Zhuo Xiaonian's head were pointing in 30 million directions. Nian. Wu Yuding was stunned. What happened to you? Zhuo Xiaonian pursed her lips and cried, I don't know what happened. Just now, the last tribulation lightning suddenly split off and hit me. It hurts. Wu Yuding was shocked and inexplicably frightened. Hit you? Why didn't I notice? It was clearly right beside me, but I didn't notice that my daughter was struck by lightning. Thought this was simply. Are you okay? Wu Yuding asked hurriedly. I'm fine. Sui Xiaoyan was completely unprepared to be hit. She felt wronged and her image was ruined, but she really didn't suffer any injuries. Why did this goddamn heavenly tribulation strike me? Oh right. The tribulation lightning seems to have given me something. Sui Xiaoyan scratched her head and muttered to herself. What is it? Wu Yuding was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what to think, but she couldn't help but reach out and touch her daughter's butt. Mom, what are you doing? Sui Xiaoyan immediately escaped as if she had been electrocuted. She rolled her eyes and pouted. It's blurry, I'm still sorting it out. But it seems to be called Snow Phoenix Divine Phoenix. Snow Phoenix Divine Phoenix. Wu Yuding muttered to herself. This seemed to be something she had never heard of. What happened? What did it say? No. Sui Xiaoyan anxiously stretched her neck and looked to the other side. How's Duo? Wu Yuding's heart palpitated, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Her eyes were full of reminiscence, and she didn't hear Sui Xiaoyan's question. Sui Xiaoyan came to her senses. She tidied her hair and rushed out. Chapter 1191. Zhou Chonglu, Lei Chongtian, and Bai Yunduo appeared at the location of Zhou Xiaoduo's tribulation almost as soon as the eye of the thunder tribulation disappeared. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless pieces of gravel, no less than hundreds of millions, flew out in all directions. Then, they saw the huge pit that was 1,000 meters deep below. Zhou Xiaoduo was in the middle of the huge pit. His whole body was as black as charcoal, and he was lying in the dust. No one knew if he was dead or alive. On the other hand, all the things that helped him overcome the tribulation earlier had vanished without a trace. The grasshopper plants that originally covered an area of thousands of kilometers had vanished without a trace. They'd vanished without a trace. The heavy rain continued to pour down from the sky, and a large amount of rainwater poured into the huge pit that had just been emptied. Sui Chonglu waved his hand, and the huge pit suddenly became dry as if it had been dry for 10 years. No matter how fierce the surrounding rainwater was, it couldn't enter the pit at all. Zhou Chonglu couldn't wait to jump down and carefully picked up Zhou Xiaoduo. Then, his expression relaxed, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. He returned to his normal state and said indifferently, "Let's go back." Well, the usual minister was back. In a flash, he had already arrived in Shangjing City. In another flash, he was already in Zhou Xiaoyan's small courtyard. Next to the bed in the bedroom, he gently put down Zhou Xiaoduo and settled him down properly. In the process of returning to Shangjing and Zhou Xiaoyan's small courtyard, Zhou Xiaoduo's body was covered with healing elixirs. He even gave him 2 pills that could be taken orally. He even helped Zhou Xiaoduo circulate his energy to catalyze the healing process. He was indeed a considerate father who was meticulous in every possible way. Lei Chongtian rushed in hurriedly. "How is it?" "It's okay. I passed it smoothly." Zhou Chonglu's mouth curved into a smile, and said, "You are indeed my son. You survived such a fierce tribulation by yourself." Lei Chongtian couldn't stop smiling. "You are indeed my biological grandson. You have the support of my excellent genes." Zhou Chonglu's face darkened. He said coldly, Lei Chongtian's heart skipped a beat, and his face paled. He hurriedly said, "What I mean is, Boss gave birth to the best, Xiaoduo gave birth to the best, and I'm the best, ha ha ha." Wu Yuding came back with Zhou Xiaoyan and Bai Yunduo. Before she entered the house and heard nothing, she said, "Old Zhua, can you not bully my father?" Zhua Zhanglu was so angry that his whole body trembled. When did I bully him? How am I bullying him? Lei Changtian nodded and bowed. He said carefully, "Boss is right. I didn't bully you, I didn't bully you. Rainy, why are you so paranoid like those secular women? It will affect the relationship between husband and wife. Look, there's no wound on my face at all." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes speechlessly. Then, she rushed to the bedside. Duo, how is my Duo? He's fine. He got through it peacefully. His injuries are a little heavy, so he needs to rest. I've already taken care of his injuries. I promise I'll give you a lively eldest son in one night at most. Zhua Changlu smiled. He was very gratified. Ha! Wu Yuding laughed. She praised, "How can I be wrong about little doggy? He's my biological son, and he has the support of my excellent genes." Everyone was speechless. When you were nervous just now, you said, "My son Duo. Now that you're relaxed, Duo has become little doggy. The change in tone was seamless. The change in tone was exceptionally natural and smooth. Bai Yun Duo couldn't help but imagine, if I have a child with Little Tiger, what should I name him? Little Tiger. She felt that it sounded very auspicious. Wu Yuding confirmed that Zhua Xiaoduo's life was not in danger. She paused and asked nervously, "How's the calamity? Is it?" In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. However, she still felt that her idea was too perfect. It was wishful thinking, so she didn't dare to say it out loud. She had to get confirmation from her husband. Zhua Changlu smiled and said clearly, affirmatively, blissfully, and decisively. Perfect. He had a proud look on his face. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuding was so excited that she went crazy. She didn't hide it and laughed loudly. She didn't care that Zhua Xiaoduo was still unconscious. She rushed up to Zhua Xiaoduo and kissed him on the face. "My son is awesome. He's worthy of being called the little doggy with my excellent genes. Ha ha ha. This is great. He passed the heavenly tribulation perfectly. Perfect. Since ancient times, no one has done it. Moreover, it's the heavenly dragon phoenix tribulation. Oh my God, I was scared to death. But my son did it. He passed it perfectly." At this moment, Wu Yuding's sense of accomplishment and pride was simply bursting through the roof. At this moment, she couldn't wait to announce to the whole world. "My son passed the heavenly tribulation perfectly." Heavenly tribulation. Envy. Envy. Ha 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 ha. Zhua Xiaonian squeezed past Wu Yuding and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo attentively. She wanted to go up and touch him but was stopped by Wu Yuding. She asked worriedly, "Little doggy, are you okay?" It's fine. As your mother, I promise that I'll return you a healthy and good husband tomorrow." Wu Yuding's mood was relaxed at this moment, so she joked with her daughter and let herself loose. Zhua Xiaonian twisted her waist and wanted to pout, but she was immediately attracted by Zhua Xiaoduo's skin. She said enviously, "Little doggy, your skin is so white and tender now. There's not even a strand of hair. How did you do it?" Wu Yuding and the others were stunned. They all looked at Zhua Xiaoduo and saw that his skin was really white and tender. In a short period of time, the scorched black appearance of the heavenly tribulation had changed. It was like a freshly cooked tofu or a freshly peeled boiled egg. His skin was really too smooth. It was white with a hint of red. It was different. Not to mention strand of hair, even his eyebrows and eyelashes were gone. Well, to put it bluntly, it was an oversized egg. Everyone thought and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let him have a good rest. When he wakes up, everything will be fine. Swa Changlu said in a low voice. Okay. Swa Xiaoyan was still worried. She raised her hand and said, I want to stay and watch him. Wu Yuding said, yes, we have to take a good look. Daughter, let me tell you, the puppy is really flying now. The previous restrictions are gone, and we can consummate our marriage. Miss Cat, daughter-in-law. Swa Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red, as if blood was about to drip out. She twisted her waist. She covered her hot face and rushed into her room like a gust of wind, refusing to come out. Hey! Didn't you want to stay and watch your little doggy? Wu Yuding shouted. I don't want to watch him. I don't want to watch him. Who wants to watch him? Tell him to stay away from me. A shy voice came from inside. It sounded stuffy, as if she was hiding under the quilt. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They were all immersed in the happy atmosphere of children and forgot about their worries. In all fairness, although Swa Xiao Duo had passed the heavenly tribulation, his injuries were not light at all. Almost 90% of his bones were broken. From the perspective of the secular world, even if he didn't die, he would be paralyzed for life. However, when Swa Changlu picked him up, he had been given a large amount of healing pills. Coupled with the self-recovery ability of a high-level Skysoar realm cultivator, he was now lying on the bed. His body was flickering with 9-colored light. Occasionally, red light and purple light would alternate, and occasionally, white light and black light would surround him. It was a sign that his injuries were getting better and his bones were gradually healing. The newly healed bones were also extraordinary. One could clearly see that they had a jade-like texture and were flickering with a faint purple light. In fact, it wasn't just his bones. All the newly healed meridians, and blood vessels were all flowing with a faint purple light. This was a gift from the heavenly Tao. It was also a great blessing bestowed by the heavenly Tao after surviving the heavenly tribulation. Just like that, he lay on the bed. His body was gradually recovering, and his injuries were getting better bit by bit. Some light gray things were constantly seeping out of his pores. These were the impurities that had seeped into his bone marrow during the marrow cleansing. The impurities were difficult to come into contact with even medicinal energy and elemental energy. They were all forced out by the heavenly tribulation. Apart from the bone marrow, there were also impurities deep in his internal organs. And even in his brain. In short, after the heavenly tribulation, Swa Xiao Duo had truly changed from the inside to the outside. Of course, if this fellow ate and drank like an ordinary person, new impurities would be formed. This was an unavoidable situation no matter what stage and level one's cultivation had reached. Even if one didn't eat or drink and lived on the wind and dew, one still had to breathe and cultivate. There would still be many impurities that would invade one's body. Using the simplest example, before one ascended to the heavens, one's cultivation would be extremely pure. However, after ascending to the heavens, one's cultivation would become full of impurities. This was because no matter how pure one's spiritual energy and vital energy were, it was inevitable that there would be some impurities mixed in. Even this little bit of impurities was no longer compatible with the body of an immortal. In order to achieve the true meaning of being free of impurities, one had to reach the level of a legendary saint. Only then could one be truly free of impurities and be pure and flawless. To use a more common saying as an analogy, even if it was a little fairy, she still had to take a dump. His body automatically adjusted itself while he was unconscious, automatically expelling the impurities. Everything was natural. This was the gift of the heavenly tribulation, and the benefits were still continuing. Wu Yuding stayed behind to look after Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Chonglu, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about his son at all. He invited Lei Chongtian out for tea. Bai Yunduo naturally followed to serve him. After Bai Yunduo left, Wu Yuding quietly lifted the blanket and checked the other parts of Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she heaved a sigh of relief and covered herself with the blanket. Yes, everything was fine. Everything was fine. That was really good. Looking at the sleeping Zhuo Xiaoduo, Wu Yuding's eyes were full of love. Sigh, how did I give birth so well? I actually gave birth to such a good son. And he's so handsome, so obedient, so upright, so honest, so cute, so simple, so honest, such a genius son. In this world, who dares to compare their son with mine? Who dares to compare their husband with mine? Who dares to compare their son with mine? Ahem, forget it. There's no need to compare their father. But who dares to compare their daughter with mine? Comparing their son-in-law. Comparing their daughter-in-law. Comparing their disciples? Wu Yuding suddenly felt that in this world, she was really the biggest winner. She had a truly perfect life. She couldn't help but feel even more proud. Chapter 1192. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be unconscious, but his consciousness was still wandering in the illusion. As time passed, new illusions were constantly produced. The embers of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. The resentment of the dragons and phoenixes was still not over. In the final stage of the ancient battle between the dragons and phoenixes, either both husband and wife died, or only one of them was left. Very rarely, there were both husband and wife. In fact, many clans were wiped out. There was no doubt that the dragons and phoenixes, as the protagonists of the first tribulation of the Dragon Han, were not limited to just the dragons and phoenixes. Instead, they included a wide range of clans. For example, the dragons had 9 sons, such as Tao Tai, Pixiu, and Chao Feng. The phoenixes also had descendants, such as Qing Wan, Vermilion Bird, Peacock, and Dupeng. The greatest resentment towards the Dragon Phoenix tribulation was that the wings of a mandarin duck were broken, leaving only a single shadow. And now, this was what Zhuo Xiaoduo had the most illusions that he was constantly experiencing, constantly at the bottom of the death cliff. It was miserable. At the bottom of the death cliff, it was filled with devastation and endless misery. The Huang sword rushed out to help and successfully diverted 2 heavenly tribulations. However, it did not eliminate the 2 heavenly tribulations completely. The 2 heavenly tribulations that fell by the side rushed to the bottom of the cliff and the end of the valley. The tribulation lightning had a characteristic, which was that it was extremely targeted. Because of this, it had another characteristic, which was that this kind of target could only be effective if it was a living creature. At that moment, the tribulation lightning that fell by the side quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. At that time, there was a demonic beast at the bottom of the cliff. Although that demonic beast was burrowing its head deep into the ground, not daring to move at all, and even controlling its breathing rate to a barely discernible level, it was still wholeheartedly muttering, "Didn't discover me. Didn't discover me." However, he was still a living being after all. No matter how faint his breathing frequency was, he still existed. Therefore, after discovering the signs of a living being, the tribulation lightning that was aimed at him smashed on the back of his head without any accident. At that moment, a certain demonic beast was stunned. What did I do? What did I do? Why did it suddenly happen? It didn't even leave me any room to prepare beforehand. At least let me know that the tribulation lightning had discovered me and locked onto me. Why did the lightning strike directly at the target? However, he soon felt that The power of this tribulation lightning didn't seem to be very strong. Then, he quickly realized that the original target of the lightning tribulation wasn't him. It just missed its target. The lightning tribulation was targeted at a child with a weak cultivation. Of course, it didn't mean anything to him. Well, that wasn't the main point. The main point was why the lightning tribulation missed its target. The only explanation was that this kid must have an item of virtue on him. Fuck, that brat actually has an item of virtue on him. I really can't imagine it. I've seen that kid up close. With his shallow cultivation, he actually has an item of virtue and can even use it in this kind of atmosphere, causing the lightning tribulation to deviate and bring disaster to the innocent bystanders. It's really fucked up. But only in this way would the tribulation lightning miss its target without any warning. He also knew that after the tribulation lightning missed, it would instinctively choose the left side of this kid and continue to strike towards the same creatures. Although it wasn't close to the kid, according to the kid's position, it was as if the kid was directly on top of its head. Therefore, the tribulation lightning missed its target by a few centimeters and landed on the back of its head. Who asked its head to be so big? When it understood this point, the demonic beast forcibly endured the intense pain and silently told itself, I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. I can take it, I can take it. It was really able to withstand it. Not only did it feel comforted, but even if it was caught off guard, it would only cause a big hole to appear on the back of its head after being hit by the lightning. The target of the tribulation lightning wasn't it. Even if it was a perfect sky tribulation, the sky tribulation of the 9 clans, there was still a limit. At least, it couldn't reach the level of this demonic beast's own tribulation. Even if the destructive power was still intense, it couldn't harm its life. In other words, it just caused a lot of pain. But in the end, it inexplicably suffered such a big hole in its head. It was so big that it could almost plant a tree in it. Saying that it was very painful was already an understatement. But the demonic beast insisted on not moving. And didn't cry out. What if it really became the target of the tribulation lightning? The demonic beast obediently lay on the ground, feeling wronged and tearing up. This was really unlucky to the extreme. I was more obedient than a rock, but I still had to suffer a tribulation lightning. What was more pitiful was that I could only silently endure it. Not to mention moaning or crying out, I didn't even dare to heal myself. Just as it was feeling wronged, it suddenly heard a loud boom. The second tribulation lightning that was deflected came unexpectedly and smashed down, landing on the previous big hole with a thunderous sound. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary pain. The monstrous beast's entire body began to tremble. Several of its claws dug into the ground, digging out several other large pits. Its huge head was instantly filled with air. The big hole at the back of its head was directly connected to the front of its mouth. From front to back, the tyrannical tribulation lightning that was twice as strong as before even smashed a hole in the demonic beast's inner core. Streams of red and white brain matter mixed with the golden energy of the inner core flowed down like drooling. Clumps after clumps landed on the tattered body of the man on the ground, in his mouth, and in his wounds. In a moment, the demonic beast's brain matter was like a flash flood, completely enveloping the tattered body, drowning it. This wasn't enough, it wrapped up layer after layer, burying layer after layer. The demonic beast that suddenly suffered a heavy blow was so wrong that tears fell down. Since ancient times, was there any demon that was more wrong than me? I only asked one question, is there any more? Was there any demon that was more wrong than me? Heavenly tribulation. Can you still be reasonable? But I can't move, can't cry out, can't tremble, can't do anything. I don't even dare to heal myself. Its sorrowful eyes stared at its own brain matter and inner core that was continuously losing energy, sticking to the tattered body of the two-legged beast on the ground. Red light flickered. True essence flickered. Bit by bit, it merged into the body. Woo-woo. Hurry up and go through the tribulation and leave. As long as you leave early, I can still take back a little of the inner core's energy. As for the brain matter, it's fine if it's eaten. That's all external matter, it can be repaired. But the falling brain matter quickly condensed into a gelatinous jelly-like object, or a huge silkworm cocoon. In short, the red light flickered continuously. And disappeared. My energy. The inner core that I cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. My brain matter. Looking at the jelly that had completely condensed, the demonic beast's heart was filled with sorrow. It couldn't bear it anymore, but it still had to bear it. Since ancient times, how many demonic beasts have watched their inner cores being swallowed by others, not daring to move, not daring to stop, and only watching blankly? Since ancient times, how many demonic beasts have watched their brains being eaten like tofu pudding? It's said that the heavenly Tao is fair and just, but how do I show it? Bah! I've really set a precedent in the demonic beast world. I've embarrassed the demonic beasts. No, I've embarrassed the demonic beasts. Woo-woo. How can I still be called the demonic beast of misfortune? How can I still be called the most annoying demon in the world? Woo-woo. I should have resisted. I should have exploded. I should have rushed out and wreaked havoc in the human world to vent my anger. It's just the heavenly Tao tribulation lightning of the Sky-Soar realm. It's a piece of cake. Why didn't I resist? Sigh. Forget it. It's already like this. How bad can it get? The demonic beast consoled itself. After all, the tribulation lightning wasn't really targeting me. It was just a mistake by the heavenly tribulation. Those who don't know can't be blamed. It's just a misunderstanding. Forget it, forget it. I'll just take it that the heavenly Tao owes me a favor. Who knows, I might be able to avoid being struck by 2 lightning bolts in the future. This is a gift from the heavenly Tao to me. It's just a small loss, and it'll be repaired in a few hundred, a few thousand, or even a few tens of thousands of years. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. This is the true karmic feedback. This is actually a source of fortune, an opportunity. I should be happy. Yes, I should be happy, I should be happy. But why can't I be happy? Finally, the heavenly tribulation was over. The demonic beast was sure that the heavenly tribulation was over, and the heavenly might had disappeared. However, it still waited for a while before daring to move. After all, the heavenly tribulation today didn't seem very reliable. What if it came back and found it after it left? It had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It couldn't be ruined by this. After another half an hour, it finally began to breathe a sigh of relief. It wailed in pain, it hurts so much. Fuck me. Heavenly tribulation, come again if you have the guts. I'll strike you alive. Fuck, it really hurts. As it vented, it hurriedly circulated its demonic energy to heal its injuries. This is too much of a bully. This is too much of a bully. This is too. There's simply no bottom line, no integrity, no persistence. Heavenly tribulation, where's your integrity? In the future, I'll definitely get it back from you. In the future, you must remember to strike me twice more today. I beg you. After a long time, the wound on the demonic beast's head healed. However, it couldn't help but gasp for breath weakly. Then, it raised its head and focused its gaze, looking at the huge cocoon beside its mouth. A cocoon formed from its own brain. Its gaze was complicated. In the end, it sighed bitterly, forget it. Even if it's a mistake, it's already left my mark. Even if I swallow it again, the benefits I can get back are also very limited. I'll only be reduced to a pile of shit and can't be turned back into brain matter. Sigh. I'll just take it as forming a good karma. Even though it had already made up its mind, that thick unwillingness still filled its heart and didn't go away for a long time. I feel wronged. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.